Good morning, everyone. Cotton Candy here, still sick, reporting live chart raiders. Week 2, day 2. I'm still feeling like absolute garbanzos, but we're here, sick as ever, but we're here pushing through. And welcome to day number 2, week number 2, chart raiders live. Hopefully everybody out there is doing good, ready for another explosive day on Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin's been pretty crazy right now, so it's definitely going to be another crazy day for Bitcoin. So we're going to get into it here. Let me pull up my chart, see what's been happening. I'm going to update where the teams stand shortly here. Toss my chart on. Do a quick recap of yesterday. Am I feeling any better? Not really, man. Still pretty sick, as you can tell in my voice. I'm pretty, it's still pretty sick. So, juiced up on medicine, so that's good. I got medicine, lots of medicine, and well, we're gonna see how today goes. I'll do my best to communicate today with everybody. I'll do my best to keep on top of things. Kartik is still sick as well. Unfortunately, he has been admitted to the hospital for heat stroke, so he's out for the day as well. So I'm on my own today, but that's okay. I'll do my best to keep everybody. I'll push through until I lose my voice again. I lost my voice yesterday towards the end of the stream. Slept for about 12 hours straight, and my voice is still pretty harsh this morning. It's still pretty raspy, still pretty fried. So I'll do my best, but we're here, we're pushing through. Teams are trading. They have been trading already for the better part of the morning here for probably about an hour or so. Morning, Cotton. My newborn baby is watching the stream with me. I think he likes the chart animation. It's calming him. Well, that's great. Maybe it's the music too. The music is pretty calming right now. I really do like this song. The teams had a pretty non-factor day yesterday, to be honest. Teams didn't do too much trading yesterday. I think the real story of yesterday was Team Arcane's crazy long that they had, that they just got out of a little too prematurely yesterday. I know it's painful to talk about, but we're going to talk about it. They had caught the knife perfectly right here on 100x. And had they stayed in that trade, they could have been up about a staggering $10,000 for the day had they caught kind of close to the top. Unfortunately, the move didn't develop how they wanted it to. If we go back into the move here, take a quick look, it just got too low for them. They got out of the trade with something like $100 or $200 of profit, and then right after they got out of the trade, the move had gone up quite substantially, quite quickly. So unfortunately, they caught the perfect move, as they did catch their move about right here on 100x. And when Bitcoin had come down, they were using shields in the trade. So I'm going to recap kind of the trade and how I saw them playing out. The trade looked like this. They had a 1-minute trend they were using like so. So they had their 1-minute trend here that had broke, and they were using that, and they didn't like it. They also had one shield in the trade right here. And Bitcoin was looking like it was going to push down to that 4-hour level. However, it did end up holding the origin level that it had created, that 1-minute origin. It never hard closed that, and this would have been the only thing they could have used to stay in the trade. It was a hard close on this 1 minute. However, if you're using that, you risk the point that you hard close the move and you instantly dump down and their position gets liquidated. So they had a tough choice to make. They had to decide between staying in the trade, using that final shield, the absolute most polarized moment in that trade, or getting out and protecting their profits. Had it hard closed, they could have been looking at it like a 1 or 2 second liquidation like that. So they made a tough choice. It broke their trend. It wasn't holding their level. As time went on, this is what happened. The second candle was here. This candle here had broken the shield. So at this point, you had no trend left. This couldn't have been recreated here, obviously, because it's a reverse trend, so it couldn't have been recreated there. They had no shield left here, and they made the difficult choice to get out of the trade. If you walk through the trade a little more, you can see that it never quite hard closed that origin level. So this would have been their only saving grace, but they did decide, hey, this is too risky. They were going to re-enter right here, and unfortunately the move, it just ended up holding on without ever hard closing that origin level. So the origin level held the move, and it held on and started to develop other time frames here. You had a 3-minute level developed right here on top of the origin. You had a 5-minute level end up developing here as well. And unfortunate for them, they were just taken out of that trade. Had they waited maybe, what is this, 5-minute candles, 5, 10, 15 more minutes? Had they waited 15 more minutes, they would have locked up at least $5,000 on the trade. But that's a story of trading, my friends. You have to take those risks when we're trading 100x. It's you gotta preserve your account capital. It's not a game of spot where you can just sit and wait till things happen. You have to make these quick snap decisions. I think they handled it very well. I really do like the way that they looked at that trade. I really like the way that they managed their risk. I can't say I would have done any different. I think I may have given that 1-minute move a little bit more time to develop, but I'm not sure. In that moment, I may have made that same decision. So I think they handled it wonderfully. I think they did a great job on it. There's nothing really to say other than they managed the risk, and unfortunately, it just ended up holding the move. No, I don't think they were looking to interior. I don't think anything of the sort. I think they picked a spot, they set their shield, they stuck to their trading plan, and that is what has made Team Arcane so unstoppable. They have been the most profitable team all during preseason. They racked in thousands of dollars during preseason in the practice month. They had success in week 1. They've been great. Team Arcane has been on fire. So that this has been the strategy they've been using. They've been relying on their shields and everything to keep them in trades and to make those proper decisions. So they've been doing great. This one instance, it didn't pay off for them, but that doesn't mean it wasn't the right decision. So great job, Team Arcane, once again. Go take a look at what happened with Bitcoin yesterday. So it did try to hold this daily hold level. It did break right below the 4-hour move. So it has broken right below the 4-hour move. It has been trying to regain it. We haven't hard closed that 4-hour origin yet. So it hasn't closed yet, but it's not looking good for Bitcoin. It looks like we will ultimately, if we can't hold this 4-hour level, then it looks like ultimately we are going to go and back test that those elusive weekly levels that we've been talking about for so long, for so many months since we've been at 50K. We've been talking about this level in our community, and even going back to last week, talking about this this level ultimately being Bitcoin's target right now. Even going back to last week when we were at 28 and 29K, this has been the target in this region here. So yeah. Feeling better, not feeling better, but pushing through. So Bitcoin is trying to fight to keep this 4-hour level. This is the origin level. It hasn't hard closed it yet. It's come pretty close. You can see right here, it hasn't quite hard closed the move yet. It is right on the line. It hasn't hard closed the move. Actually, maybe it looks like it has. It looks like it has hard closed the move, so we don't have a 4-hour level here anymore. So all you're gonna have is the final hold levels, and that's it. This thing looks like it's actually gonna dump. Haven't zoomed in on that yet. Pretty much after the stream ended yesterday, I went, I slept. Nope, not this song again. Sorry, we love this song, but not again. 3 times is too much. So we have hard closed that 4-hour level. Pretty much what happened yesterday is after the stream, I laid down, I went to sleep. I canceled all my meetings for the day. After I canceled all my meetings, I woke up for about 2 hours, got some soup in me, canceled the rest of the meetings I had for the night. I canceled about 4 meetings yesterday. And then I just went back to sleep. I slept for about 12 hours. So yeah, there's I haven't looked at the charts. That's it. I just woke up, just updated things. We got some TA Mafia news to talk about today. Teams are going to be getting into trades. We're going to check out how all teams are ranking in the standings. We have updated their scorecard. So let's start there. Let's start with the team standings and how teams finished yesterday. Team Arcane taking a $455 negative on that, still up for the season, of course, as they did have good profits last week. Team Enigma, the story of the day yesterday, up $492 yesterday alone as their current trade balance for the week. Team Paradigm Shift actually in first place with $552 of profit, making a nice couple back-to-back trades, just compounding those gains. Team Phoenix down $489 and TA Mafia down $357. So it hasn't been an explosive week. Teams have obviously been taking their time entering positions. Bitcoin is very volatile right now. Teams are really just waiting to see Bitcoin stabilize. There hasn't been too much action this week. The only crazy trade again was that Team Arcane trade, but then for the rest of it, every single team just playing it safe right now and just taking a breath while Bitcoin figures out what's going on. Really, the only thing that you could consider here with trades is if a team was in a short from last week that they still had open, and if they were up some ungodly amount of money, that would be the only thing to consider right now. Is if the teams were in shorts, they would kind of be waiting for Bitcoin to find the bottom of its move, to stabilize, to exit their short. There would be no reason to exit your short yet, and that would be it. So I think teams are treating the markets right now as if they were in a short. They're waiting to see Bitcoin stabilize before they start pulling the trigger on a lot of these positions. They are taking scalp trades and trying to get into swing trades here and there. But just like we saw all day yesterday, they're being very cautious. There's a lot of big volume coming right now, and there's not really a need to take those crazy risks right now. So all teams doing an amazing job of recognizing this, of seeing this, and that's just been amazing to watch. It's been great to watch every team just recognizing that Bitcoin is really volatile right now. There isn't a big push to force yourself into trades. Rather, let's take safe positions. When we get into the right one, it is going to pay off tenfold because you're looking at 5 and 6% moves right now. So that is exactly what every team is doing, and just playing some shorts and longs in between. Just playing the ranges, the short period ranges, and not really looking to take massive percentages. I think it's smart. I think there has been some opportunities to look at those where they can say, okay, wow, look at this. There's a great chance to make 2 or 3% here, and that's what Enigma did yesterday. They took 2% on their trade. They made a nice $500. They took low risk, and yeah, it's been great so far. We do have some TA Mafia news. Let's go over to the comps and take a look at TA Mafia's new roster. They have lost a member. High Guy has unfortunately had to step down from TA Mafia. Guy is drafted into the military, and he simply cannot commit the time to teams right now. He lives in a country where military is mandatory, and he has been drafted, so he simply doesn't have the time anymore to come on teams. He is going to be joining teams back again in the future, but for now he has to step away as it is a by law mandatory thing that he must do. So Guy will unfortunately not be able to continue with TA Mafia for no reason other than he simply has an obligation due to his country. We wish Ty the best in his new ventures. He's an amazing team member. He's always been an absolute sniper in the charts, and he will be staying with us in the community, of course, but unfortunately, he cannot commit the time to teams. So he will be back in teams for season 2 possibly, or maybe season 3 as soon as his obligation with the military is done and as soon as his draft is over. And until that day, we'll be working with Ty, we'll be training with Ty, and he'll be continuing to be in mentorship and all the above. So a sad moment for Team Mafia, but they have recovered well and are moving on to their new 3-man squad. Jan says, oh no, I have the same problem. Yes. Let's go take a look at some of the teams and how they've been ranking in their skill tests for the week before we get into the action. Team Arcane in their skill test this week, they have been absolutely killing it. As always, IHVet scoring 9s across the board. Incredible score. JPD also scoring a 9, 8, 10, and 9. 8 on PA, 10 on RA, 9 on CA, and Freestyle scoring 10 on PA, 7 on RA, and 8 on CA. Absolute killer squad. They have been doing incredible in their skill tests. It shows. Arcane is scary, man. These guys are they are too damn good. You cannot deny Arcane and the power of them and how well they have been doing. And they have absolutely destroyed their skill test this week. Over to Enigma. Inuk taking a huge leap up in his overall strike rate and his entire skill test. PA, RE, and CA all being increased across the board, followed by Marcus, Shenron, and Sugar. Every team skill test coming in a lot higher rankings from last week. Everybody having upgrades in their scores. A little shift from Shenron. He did score a little lower than last week. However, he is still doing great this week. Team Paradigm as well has an absolute crazy skill test report. JCap absolutely pummeling, and I mean pummeling, the skill test. 9, 10, and 10 as the highest ranking member of the week. JCap has now moved himself into the first place position for individual skill tests. Joe Mixer has also done an incredible job. Ninpo and Matt following just shy behind. Team Phoenix also having big increases across the board. They are they're led by their captain Jude M, who is PA7, RA8, CA8. All members of Phoenix have kind of shifted around. You have basically a swapping of scores between members here, all ranking around that 7.0 average if you were to mix them all together. Still, Phoenix doing absolutely fantastic. And TA Mafia as well. Yeah, just really great average scores across the teams. Really great to see. You've got a few standout players like JCap and IHVet, of course, but all teams doing incredible and just having such a high overall score. The fact that these guys are, like, the skill tests are hard, they're not easy, and the fact that these guys are ranking across their teams as a minimum of 7 across all 5 teams is just shows you how close this competition is. So what are we looking for in Bitcoin today? Before we get to the teams, let's talk about what we can expect from Bitcoin today. Staying well hydrated throughout the day. Of course, I am sick, so I'm staying well hydrated. I've got my nice fade bottle. It's purple and green, like the Karambit fade from Counter-Strike. I got a Karambit fade bottle here. Although because I do have a green screen, you can't see too much of the purple, but trust me, this thing is glowing bright in real life. It looks like a fade knife. You can't see it because the green screen keys out the green hue in it, but yeah. So what are we expecting on Bitcoin today? Really, we're expecting Bitcoin to pull back to this weekly level here. We're really expecting this this weekly range. We've got a few different points in this weekly level. You've got the body of the move on the 4 hour here. You've got the break level, which could create the weekly origin. You've got the combination hourly level. And as you dig into deeper time frames here, you're really seeing the origin level that started this whole move up. What broke it up can support it going forward. So that's going to be the first test. The second test is going to see if that weekly break level can be hit to create an origin for the future, and then the combination level thereafter on the hourly. So that's really what you're looking to go after today on Bitcoin, and we're going to see if we can reach these levels here. This will be the kind of ultimate test to see if Bitcoin can hold up this larger range. And you know, a few days ago we had talked about this, and you know, the range kind of existed from here to here, and we had lost that range. So now Bitcoin is seeing it, hey, can this be our new range? And if so, I think at first you kind of diminish Bitcoin back to this portion here. So yeah, unfortunate for Bitcoin, your top really after hitting this bounce is 28K. And if you can break over 28K, you can make that upper range right here. So the first big roadblock for Bitcoin will be this 28,000 level. It will be tough for Bitcoin to get over it. This will act as a huge point to move the charts down. You could see something like this, where you do breakdown, you hit this level here, you come back, you simply can't get over top of this. It does create kind of a distribution point, and you do fall down to that 12K region. So you can see something like that, where this level here does act as big resistance. That is going to be a big scare moment for Bitcoin. Right now, it's trying to see if it can hit the weekly and stabilize the move. And that's what we're going to be looking for today in Bitcoin. We're going to be seeing if we can hit that weekly level, and let's see if it can hold. Right now it's trying to hold its range, but not doing so too well. So let's get right over to the team's action and see what the teams are looking at. Looks like no teams are in trades at the moment. However, it looks like they will try to set up some trades. They do have their levels marked. Welcome from India, it's Summit. Much love from my side of the world to yours, my dude. dude or dudette, much love, and glad to have you watching. Thanks for joining on Twitch. I hope you enjoy every minute. Hi, Alan says you're changing trading for us, man. Yep, we will create a meta around day trading, and this will be the place to watch for all day trading, hopefully in the future. A place where people can come every single day, watch what's happening with Bitcoin from a real standpoint. Our accuracy has been on point. I don't think there's any trader as quite accurate as myself, but I could be wrong. I don't really look at these things, but I have been able to dissect Bitcoin to the T every single day for our audience. Our audience has been killing it. We've had members reporting 600% profits per day kind of thing. Jan made 600% yesterday. It's been a great experience to not only follow our teams and watch our teams develop as teams and try to put themselves into careers as day traders, but also for our audience as well, to be able to follow Bitcoin every single day and have a real grasp on what's actually happening in the markets. So it's been an absolutely fantastic journey. We've only been here for a week and a half. We're going to be here for hopefully years to come. Hopefully Chart Raiders continues to grow as a competition, as a sport, and create something where people can actually have a driving factor to get to say, hey, I want to be a day trader for a living. All I have to do is get on a team, and Cotton will fund me to become a day trader. And I do support my community and fund those who work hard for it, as we can see with the 5 teams here, giving them these opportunities to try to make themselves professional traders. Although I would already say they're professional traders. And being professional, meaning that you make a living off of this and pay your bills. Being the dictation of professional, I would say that's the line you draw right there when you say pro. Shotgun OW says over $1,000 a day on average. Cotton's methodology is king. Jan saying did almost 200% with teams. Right on, guys. Or Majo asks if there's any tips to improve for drawing levels. Absolutely. Go and take all my courses on YouTube, and as well as all my courses on YouTube. Join the community. Everybody there is very anxious and willing to help. Everybody's there trying to join the teams, trying to become part of this thing. Yeah, absolutely. My tips would be check all my YouTube courses and join the Discord. Yeah, being here every day has been an amazing feeling for me, and being able to help every single trader who does come by and does watch the stream. You know, we're a small group of even up to actually 250 yesterday, which is pretty incredible for Twitch for just starting. So even 250 people watching, helping those 250 people start to open their eyes, make profits, give them a spot to be every single day where we can watch these things together. Yeah, it's been incredible. We will create the meta around day trading, and we will change the way things are done. Brilliant said, I flipped 300 into 1K this weekend using the science, multiple scalps across grinding easy trades. Great job, dude. Amazing. The patron does renew on the 1st of every month. You can join before that, but you will get charged on the 1st of every month. That is the way patron operates across every single creator. Not something I put forth, but something that patron does. So they do charge for the 1st of every month. So feel free to join today and you'll be charged again in a few weeks. Undoubtedly worth it, even if it is for only half a month though. Sternify says, don't forget to host a stream, everyone. It helps promote the channel. Absolutely. There will be season 2 recruitment starting at the end of this month. So we are going to be looking at setting out some parameters for season 2 and how people can be involved in season 2. People asking if there's still openings for teams right now. Right now, it is completely locked off. However, we are going to be doing openings for season 2. You'll have to go through a pretty crazy process to get through. You have to go through an interview with a mind coach. You have to be well prepared. I do recommend people start that process. We've had teams already been working for months already. We've had teams working for months already trying to get it on season 1, and those teams are still trying to get it on season 2. So don't wait, because if you're joining right when season 2 opens up, you are going to be extremely behind the 8 ball. You should be in there now, getting to know people, work with people, forming your perfect team. Of course, as people in the server are already squatting up and making teams, not everybody is going to be available, and that gets tighter and tighter and tighter as time goes on. You have to be in the community in order to join a team. And then once you're in the community, you got to kind of meet people, make connections, chart with people. We have a whole entire junior team section where people work together every day. It's very, very exciting. There's lots of people talking, trading, seeing if they'd want to maybe join a squad in the future. And if you do get that far in making 5 people or 4 people together, then you can request an interview with our mind coach, our resident trading psychologist. And if she approves you for an interview, then you go through a tougher round of interviews from myself. And then if I approve you, you go on trial to become an official team. And if you pass the trial period, then you become an official team for season 2. A 1,000% average returns is impossible. It is not, says Blisco, absolutely 100%. Not cap, and 100% is possible, especially in the current market conditions with leverage. Absolutely not impossible. Just sounds like you don't understand the way leverage works, but that's quite okay. Everybody's here to learn, so hopefully we can help educate you a little bit more. I agree with Shotgun. On the greediest levels, 1,000% is pretty easy right now. I agree. You could simply be in 100x short from the top, and you'd be up multiple thousands of percentages on a daily average. Team Arcane alone could have made 700% on one trade. Yep, that's simply just 10% on 100x. We do promote a healthy, positive communicating community here. So if you aren't doing positive communications, careful, you might get banned. Looks like Team Paradigm might be trying to get a trade. They do have a level pretty close. We're going to check in on them as soon as they get a little closer to the trade here. We're going to see what they're thinking about on this trade. Arcane looking set, says Jan. I agree. Arcane looking set. Paradigm has canceled their trade. They did have something on the books, but they have canceled the trade. One of the most important things about our community is that we do support each other. Everybody is an aspiring trader. We filter out negativity pretty quickly here. We don't allow those kind of doubt comments and things like that to get pushed through our community. Looks like Team Phoenix is doing a bit of a split account strategy here. Possibly maybe looking at some altcoins. Fees are relative to your position size. They will stay the same, the maker and taker fees. Looks like Paradigm is setting up a short up top. Gotta love this track. The cutback by Lupus Knocked. Trader Ivo still in his short position from 29,970. Great job, Ivo. You'll love to see it, man. Good job. Those spots are gone forever on Patreon. Those are legacy spots, only kept open for those who are on the current tier. Once they leave, those spots do not come open again. The current price to get in Patreon is the only price that you can pay to get in. There won't be any spots opening on lower tiers. Those are long gone, have been for a while now. This is just going to be a quick ban on Blisco here. Again, we don't promote negative attitude in this community. We just filter that out very quickly. If you don't have the maturity and mindset to be a day trader or to be here, if you are filled with negativity, we simply don't want you in our community. Sorry, Blisco, but I'm sure there's another community that would open you with welcome arms. But this one is a no-go for you. Sorry, my dude. In our community, we encourage people and we use positivity to uplift people. Negative kind of banter and negative kind of remarks are just a quick pathway to self-destruction, and we don't really employ that here. We work with clean, healthy minds and positivity. Alan says day trading is hard, and there's people that are frustrated. I agree. There are people that are frustrated. Always have to. You always have to communicate with open-mindedness and work in directions of positivity, not the opposite. One of the hardest things to do in day trading is actually to just get up and do that grind every single day. That trade by Arcane yesterday would be enough to send most traders over the edge, tilt them off of their seat. They forfeit $10,000 or so of profit on a trade that they got out of and that they were in on a perfect position. And you know what? When I went into Team Arcane's chat this morning and just said good morning to them, they were positive. They were like, yep, it sucks, but we're on to the next trades, Cotton. We're looking forward to today and we're going to kill it. And, for most traders, that would defeat them. But, in our community, we always work on having the sharpest minds, and it was just incredible to see. Can never let the trades defeat you. You always have to just look to the next trade. Even though we had crazy opportunities for shorts in the markets, oh well, that was last week. This week is a new week. With day trading, every single day is a new day. You wake up, you make your positions, you take your profits, you go to sleep, and that's it. You wake up the next day and you start the queue all over again. Goka's saying if anybody wants to see Cotton street cred, check out the clip of him when he called out the top of BTC long before it happened. It is true. It is on YouTube. I called the 64.6 top of Bitcoin months before it happened, kind of to the dollar, and many things about. I have a ton of compilation clips on my YouTube, on my TikTok, on my Instagram, all that stuff. Brandy says, it would be nice to see you, Cotton, compete with other YouTube professional day traders. Unfortunately, I don't really get into that realm. I ignore all other trading. I pretty much ignore the day trading scene out there because I don't agree with the way it's run. Gotta say, the music is on point today. This is such a chill vibe. Milky Way Express by Lupus Knocked again. Just incredible artist. Well, the unfortunate thing is if I was doing the trading myself, I would not have time to run the competition. So choices have to be made. I just simply don't agree with the day trading world out there. I stand alone with my ethos and the way I'm doing things, and I really don't agree with the way that most people who do have an audience, influencers or content creators, or whichever circle they fall under, I really don't agree with the way that most people treat the day trading ecosystem. I think it's very unhealthy. And I just don't like it. I don't agree with the egotistical takes of look at what I did, look at what I called out. You know, too often I see other people constantly highlighting their own callouts and clips, and their feeds are just reconstructs of all their times they've said this, and then every time they're wrong, they delete their ideas, and I just don't agree with it. I just simply don't agree with it. I have never found myself in that specter. I do my own thing, and it's what makes me so different is that I'm completely clueless to everything else that's happening out there. I just do things as I see fit, and yeah, that's it. I don't follow any traders. I don't look at any other traders. I never have. I never will. Yeah, I just do my own thing as I see fit. That's probably why it's so different than everybody else's, because I don't have any influence around me. We're here to build something much bigger and much different and change the day trading community, not try to fit into the current space that it's in. I would rather not be here than fit into the current space it's in. I definitely would not be doing this if it was a competing thing with other people. There would be no cotton candy TA. Other traders, other top traders, I don't follow any other traders. No one I looked up to. I'm completely self-taught. I've never followed anybody, nor will I. Finalists should compete against me as a double round or nothing. Ninja says, I have never seen someone as accurate as you, Cotton. Hats off to you every single time. Thank you so much, Ninja. People saying Cotton for the final challenge of the winning team. Kartik hosts the stream. Team Paradigm still looking to take their short here. Yeah, this song is an absolute vibe. This song kind of reminds you of Narcos nightclub scenes. Miami nights in the 90s and 80s. More so in the 80s. Just straight up Miami street vibes. Or Miami nightclubs. Said I was thinking the same thing. Yep. straight up Narcos nightclub. Everybody having a good time. Yep. I'm not 40 yet, but I'm coming close. Golden girl. Teams haven't entered any trades yet. They are looking to start up for the day soon here, hopefully. I think teams are a little skeptical of Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin does look like it's going to pull back down to those weekly levels, so I think teams are a little skeptical to get into trades right now. However, it looks like they do have positions set. It's just Bitcoin has been moving sideways for a bit here. I've aged well. Golden girl. Fortunately, I've been day trading for a long time and working from home for myself for a long time, so I have aged very well. But make no mistake, this baseball glove has seen its days. I'm almost 40. His baseball mitt has caught a few, wait, that's not right to say. I was about to say this baseball mitt has caught a few balls in its day, if you know what I mean, but that doesn't sound good at all. Let's not go down that road. That's not, On that note, we're just going to vibe out to some music before we check in on the teams. Okay, I think it's time to go check in on the teams and see how they're doing. Let's first go over to Paradigm and see what they're thinking about right now.
I think we're going to see a move pretty soon.
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah.
See if we get our short, or if we get below that 59, then yeah, we'll go from there.
The trend I have, it's literally one breaks. Like you have like no space. You have like maybe two more candles that can be created, and then one of them breaks.
Held our uptrend famously. Back tested range trend, pulling back.
Okay.
Team Paradigm working through their kind of theory of what's going to happen next here.
Yes.
Let's go take a look at Enigma and see where they're at on the day.
We're going to this 5-minute margin.
Valley. And so from there we went down, and what I did see that floating level. I did see that 15-minute right there. So since we reversed on the 5 here and we have the combo of hourly 15, I thought that, you know, we're in an hourly candle right here, 15-minute level, floating level right there. So I mean, don't mind this level right here, but I had this 5-minute right here as a target, as a potential target for a long. That's what I had in mind.
To add to that, I think if we were trying to like pull off an internal long, I think the 3-minute origin at 22.077 is gonna be like if this wants to move up here, like in this current moment, like I think
it's
up,
a trend too.
I think one final bounce of the 3-minute origin here would be what gives us like a big.
What can we deep dive to? Because if we wanted to take something like that, our stop would definitely not be in a place where I'm comfortable.
Enigma coming off a pretty huge day yesterday,
I
made
mean,
$500 yesterday.
You know, I went all the way down to that, and there's this 1 minute untested level all the way down here. Like it's clearly untested.
Actually, we might have just held it for the last time.
I see that, Sugar. Is there anything else that points towards that 1 minute level though? Be more than.
Let's go see if we can get anything from Arcane right now.
To justify anymore.
I mean, the only thing is that we reverse on that 5 here.
Arcane waiting patiently for their entry here. Looks like they do have the range trend on the bottom. They are working with a lot of interior movement right now.
I would say if we can get up now, it's a good chance. I wouldn't want to take the 3 anymore.
They have a ton of interior data here, which looks really good. It looks like they're going to be making some decisions here throughout the day of whether they want to get into longs or shorts. They have a bit of a hidden range on the bottom. It is an interior range. Check over on Team Phoenix.
A hard close above, I mean, it'd be such a small amount, but like a hard close above that 1 minute range trend, or you could trigger, would you trigger out right above the, above kind of the ladder point, or do you think you would wait until kind of the previous one?
You'd have to just like, if you're taking the 1 minute buddy there, I think you've got to do the ladder point, because if it goes above that ladder point, it's going off the origin definitely, and then you're out. 0.4.
Yeah. So do you think we just take the origin, or do we take the 1 minute? I mean, just kind of following the trail of just like going down on 1 minute. I mean, it makes sense to take the 1 minute. I mean, if you, I mean, it's been held down by 1 minute. 1 minute.
Let's go check in on TA Mafia.
1 minute.
Even then, looking at it, it's like, I don't know, 2% in a couple minutes. Crazy, dude. What, 15? Was that?
You know what I like right now? I wouldn't
What's
take
that?
it, but there's a 5 minute reverse short at 22.428.
Yeah.
It's also 1 minute.
I think if it ladder, yeah. I don't know about. I feel like you're laddering to either. I feel like you can break on either side, so.
Yeah, it's nice alignment with the 5 minute range trend and everything. I don't regret not taking that. It's mid range.
Yeah, I think you're.
Our risk assessment says we're not going to take it, but that's fine. But,
yeah, I like what we're at right now. Our 2 targets, I think they're fine. Or 2 or 3 targets. Yeah.
Anime asking if that is Discord. We watch them to trade. It is not. It is all custom built by myself.
I like that spot though.
Custom coded and custom built by myself. It is not a Discord we are watching. I do like to build things by hand. Everything on the stream you're seeing is the byproduct of myself just doing countless hours of labor and work to get something very unique.
Yeah,
for our
I mean,
audience.
it does have the confluence of the trend, but I think if you're laddering the 15 now.
There's an origin there too.
Yeah, I was trying to find an origin. I couldn't find one that the 5? No, that closed. Can't be that.
The 1.
Thank you, Golden.
1. Okay, figured. I tracked every other time frame and I was like.
I have quite a big background in computer engineering and computer science. I do have 11 years of university behind me.
Here.
So you've got a 5 reverse. You've got a
double major in computer science and media engineering,
and you've got a 1 origin.
as well as I studied my master's in architecture.
Yeah, pretty thin.
It's not a bad spot. And
It's
you got a
not.
trend.
I worry off of what it's we hit the like if it continues to ladder, it laddered off of 15.
I have spent a lifetime
hour,
in school, and the
15.
entire time I was in school, I reverse engineered stock
So
charts.
it's very it's not building anything on the side yet.
Yeah.
That's high time frame. I think the short's still higher.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, the greedy short is definitely
Let's go over and watch all teams right now. Keeping track on all 5 teams at the moment. Waiting to see which ones are going to enter trades. Faith DNS asked if university helped me in trading. It did, because I spent all my years in university working with stock charts, actually. As an ex-professional poker player, poker got shut down in 2011 in Black Friday by the feds, and I was studying remotely away from Canada. I am from Canada, born and raised. Then I went to school in the United States, and poker was the way I was paying for it. Poker got shut down in 2011, and then I had to find a new way to click buttons online and make money. So I entered the stock markets, started working in 2011 on them, reverse engineering them. So I went from being an ex-poker player to a chart scientist, and then I spent the last 12 years now almost reverse engineering stock charts from the 1800s to current date, and that's where you see the science come from, and that's where you see all this kind of cool tech that I can pull off come from as well. Akuno saying I almost finished high school, was really close. We all have dreams, my friend. We all have dreams. Just a quick update for people. TA Mafia has lost a member. Tai High Guy has been drafted into the military. So unfortunately, he does not have the time to continue with TA Mafia. His country, it's a mandatory thing that you do join the military, and he has been drafted into the military. So Tai High Guy has stepped away from TA Mafia, but will be back in the future. He is staying as a part of teams, but for now has to finalize his obligation to the military, and then when he's done that, he will be back in teams. He's staying in mentorship with us, he's staying in the team circle, and he will be back maybe season 2, maybe season 3, but for now he has to focus on his draft. I do have a video on my YouTube channel called How I Reverse Engineer the Markets, which does talk about my story a little more for people. Thank you for the stub and Kuno. Tossing those Bezo bucks my way. We all know that Bezos doesn't need them. So if you've got those Bezo bucks, Amazon Prime, sub up. Help support Chart Raiders by giving me your Bezo bucks. Golden Girl asking why we go from color to color. We use different colors on the charts to communicate time frames, as we don't have time to always go back in time in the moment and look at different material. So we use colors of each levels as an indication of where that level comes from. For example, if you see a yellow level on the screen, it's indicating that's a 4-hour either trend or level. Whether it's a shield, trend, or level, sometimes we use dotted lines to indicate that it is an origin level. Sometimes we use dash lines to indicate that it's a reverse level, and the color dictates the time frame. So blue would be hourly, green, spring green is 15 minutes, yellow is the 4-hour, red is daily, purple is weekly, and then gradients of white to gray is 1 to 15 minute time frames, indicating they are small and easier to break, because we do need to see that data across all time frames. We do need to know which level is a 4-hour in case we're closing a 5-minute candle, so that we can coordinate different times and the hard closes for different time frames all at once without having to go back and waste time looking for different information. Yep, Sid has posted it in the chat. For example, if we were on an hourly trend, like if you look at TA Mafia screen right now, and we can go over to theirs, make it a little brighter.
Like, it's just so bad, man.
It's like we walked in on a comedic conversation.
I got these ones, dude, they looked cool, and I was like, oh man, this bottle looks cool. It's totally gonna be great. It just tastes like plain water, man. I'm just like, oh come on, what am I doing to myself here?
Having to hydrate is so inconvenient.
Dude,
Having to hydrate is so
like,
inconvenient,
especially
says
with food,
Seabass.
like drinking water with food is like, oh god.
The important decisions that our chart raiders make. The inconvenience of eating and drinking. So on TA Mafia's screen, you see a blue line that indicates an hourly level. So it in this case it's a trend, and that indicates that it is an hourly level. So if we have a hard close candle happen on a 5-minute time frame, and the current time is 8:46 right now, and we had a 5-minute candle close, we know that we are trying to set up a hard close on a 15-minute candle to hard close at hourly. And by having that line color coded, we know when that will break. Instead of, hey, there's a level here, what time are we breaking it? Are we breaking it in half an hour? Are we breaking it in an hour? And then we define hard closes by the bottom side of a body of a candle, for the reason that a hard close has kind of been misunderstood by everybody who does do charting sciences and who does do charting. Everybody sees a hard close as moving over a level and opening a new candle. However, that would be fundamentally incorrect. You need the bottom side of a candle to close any level or any trend, for the simple reason that it dictates all previous time frames prior to it confirming those same closing times. If we went to Team Paradigm screen right now, you will see they have a trend, but you haven't hard closed the bottom of that green candle. So you cannot confirm that every time frame underneath it has closed.
Moment of truth, guys.
So we use the bottom side of candles to confirm for the reason of decycling, which is a mathematical term that these charts are all built on.
Right.
So with the theory of decycling, back going to the 1800s, you would... We'll get back to this conversation. Let's watch not Tia Mafia, sorry, Paradigm's trade. They have entered their short. They have picked their level. Let's see if it holds.
1 minute.
Well,
it has gone to their backup level of that 1 minute level. It is pulling back off their 1 minute. They're playing a kind of a combination level strategy here.
It just did. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. I'm just saying, in case it does, we've got that 679 we can jump right into. I've got it set, ready to go.
Looks like they are on 50x leverage right now.
All right, 1 minute, we're pulling back.
They are pulling off their 1 minute level, so they have taken the deeper level, but are using that 1 minute as their backup. They probably has a stop. They probably have a stop loss right above it.
All right, we've got 45 seconds on this candle. Looking to go blue.
Yep.
Holding this range.
It is trying to pull back off their 1 minute level inside that range. They are looking for the move down on
We've got the
Bitcoin.
range trend above, up top.
It is breaking over their level. We are not there yet. Remember, the hard close is the bottom of the candle.
Actually, no. It could be creating the one here.
So when we say the bottom of a candle, a candle that's moving up is the bottom, but a candle that is moving down, the bottom of the candle would be the top of the candle.
Looking to get below entry.
So always remember that the bottom of a candle when we are moving down is actually the top of a candle. It is trying to break over the level. It is not there yet.
2, 1, and
there is a 5 minute hold level there that is being held down. So if you continue to hold this 5 minute level right here, you do have that 5 minute hold level. If you continue holding this, you will see that pullback. The trail of hold levels has been 5 minute level here, which has created this 5 minute here, which is untested against that daily. It goes to the 5 minute body right here, which has been tested through, which is leading them here right now. So you are seeing the trail of these 5 minute levels all the way from back here
a few dollars away from attacking
to this 5 minute body level right here, holding right to this one right here. So you do need to hold this 5 minute level over time. You cannot hard close that on the 5 minute time frame.
Start creating some inverses. getting below the inverse for that matter.
So this is what they are looking at. They're looking to play that 5 minute as their backup level. They have entered the higher entry, taking a little bit more risk on this trade, just saying that, hey, we have a couple levels here. We might go over top of it, but we want to give this thing room to breathe, and we don't want to miss the trade.
And one, we got a white candle.
Yep, I see.
We have opened a new 5 minute level. So the objective now will be to get underneath this, creating your next 5 minute level. This will act as the target in the trade. Come down here, and if it can break down, this will act as support for the future for that next 5 minute level. So this is the objective of this trade right now for Team Paradigm. Looking good for Team Paradigm. They have created their 1 minute level right now on the chart. If we go over here right now, you have created, oops.
It's holding this.
You have created this 1 minute level. You do need to get underneath this to start creating your first shield on the trade. So you do need to get under this to create that first point of rejection on the chart. You cannot really break over this too much. You need to break below this. Otherwise, you are going to lose this 5 minute level, and you will be going up to 15 minute territory. So you will be going up somewhere here or here.
Okay, that's fine.
We're not there yet. It hasn't hard closed the move. Let's go over to Paradigm, see how they're managing this trade. They are at a little bit of a loss on this trade, but it still looks okay. They might forfeit some of their profits this week if it doesn't.
Good.
All right, hit trend, pulling back.
If it doesn't pull back, Ninpo has confirmed it has hit their trend.
What level do you have there, Matt? The top level up there? Is that an origin?
Chad is saying that we have a 5 minute origin.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it. I haven't looked for it yet.
Yeah, 535.8, right?
Yeah, it really needs to go under right now to give us a shield. Come on.
Come on. Shield it up.
They are gaining that 1 minute shield. It looks like this is going to be good. 8 seconds to close. So they are trying to gain this 1 minute shield right now. So they need to close underneath this. 3 seconds. And we have a shield created. So this will protect the move. That will give them their perfect exit. That will be re-entry for the trade. As you see, it bounces there. And it will also allow them to exit the trade if we have the bottom side of a candle close over top of this. That will be the point where they can exit the trade. So this has developed perfectly for them so far. Great job, Team Paradigm. Staying in this trade, taking a great entry right on.
To hard close this inverse and not above it. We don't want to close above this inverse.
Joe Mixer saying the exact same thing. Guys, we can't close above the inverse right now. We have hit the 5 minute shield.
Pulling back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy.
Oh, there's a little bit of a move in the direction they don't want to see.
Pulled back. We're talking about that level.
It's having a tantrum.
Yep.
It hasn't hard closed it yet, so there's no worry yet for them. It hasn't hard closed, but it is trying to start moving up.
So worst case, are we ready to jump into the 679 if it gets back up there? Worst case?
I can't make that decision yet.
I know, I'm asking Maddie.
It hasn't hard closed the move yet, but if it moves up in this 1 minute candle, it will be hard closing. They'll have to leave the trade.
5 seconds on this move.
I think it looks like it's moving up.
Okay.
So origin needs to reject.
So they are using that 5 minute origin as well.
Still doesn't attack the 3 valley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 25
This is the origin level they're talking about, representing the breakout in the move, so they are using this as well. So Team Paradigm has done a really good job of using a ton of information here, a ton of different levels, trends, origin points to take this trade. They've got about 5 or 6 levels that can hold this move down, so it does look good. It is a pretty polarized moment. Now needing to as well get underneath this, showing the next 1 minute shield. $56 seconds left in this trade to see this thing stabilize. Let's go over to Paradigm and watch how they're dealing with this trade.
We still haven't broken the ladder.
I love how patient Paradigm is being right now. I love that they have picked a trade where they have 6 or 7 points that can hold it. They've got eyes on every part of the move. Ninpo is watching the trend. Matt is watching the origin level. Joe is managing the trade as time goes on, moment to moment, and it looks like it's paying off for them because they haven't gotten out of their trade yet, and it's starting to develop down a little bit.
439. Got to stable. We need 439. Staying beneath that, starting right now, is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Attacking entry. Here we go.
Yeah.
This
Alright,
is
we've got
starting to
10
pull
seconds
back.
on this candle. Let's see it pull back.
See it pull back.
They are now in
See.
profits. They have entered a
Green.
little high, but again, they've entered with the intent for a
How long
longer
we got?
time frame move.
And 1. Cool. Let's get another candle down. This candle can confirm our inverse hold.
Mm-hmm.
They will now
Maddie,
be
how's it look
looking
higher time
to
frame?
get underneath this
Higher time
5-minute
frame.
level to
Okay,
continue that trail of
as far as
5-minute
we
levels. So
go on
this
the
will be their
bottom.
next big target in the trade.
nothing
If you
really
can get
there.
under this, you're going
Yeah.
to see a bigger breakdown on Bitcoin, maybe even possibly down
4
to that
minutes if
20,000
this candle
area.
turns white, it can actually confirm an hourly hold.
Yeah, we have only 3 and 1.
Okay, we're looking for this to hard close beneath the 439 inverse. There's not a 3-minute inverse on the table, but there is the 1, and that's our starting point. Getting below this to get it to pull back.
4 minutes on the 15.
All right, we got 11 seconds left. Let's get a blue candle, get this inverse. Let's create
Yep.
the shield.
It's about to. It keeps it.
It'll be the 6th minute in, so we're right where we want to be with the blue candle.
And we got it.
Alright, cool, we got our inverse. Very nice. Okay, we want to remain underneath this inverse here.
Yep.
30 seconds left on this candle. Goes and touches that 5-minute, pulling back. We have 15 seconds.
Mhm.
Okay, it's gonna create
Okay.
trade of 1.
Okay, it doesn't. We got a white candle, but we're not above the shield.
Nope, not above the shield.
Still holding the inverse. Not enough info for a downtrend.
Oh, sorry guys, my mic was muted. Just saying that there is a 1-minute origin there, and that is what has
We've
been
got
holding the move
25
down.
seconds on this candle.
Yep.
Looking
My
forward to
apologies,
remain
I
on
was coughing and I
439.
forgot to unmute my mic. Just trying to control the
Hit the
mic a little
1-minute
bit here.
shield.
1-minute origin right here has been holding the move down. Chat pointed that out. It is correct. We do have a 1-minute origin right here. We
This
are
shield
trying to
close,
create trend right
would
now.
Be out.
We're just kind of floating the level here right now. We don't have anything we can create a trend on yet, but we are looking to possibly create that 1-minute trend right here. Hopefully this does it right now, and it does pull
Minutes on
back
the
under
hourly
the shield.
close. It's
But you
white
don't
right
have your
now.
trend yet.
When that closes, it should have a pullback before it shoots up.
Yeah, we're gaining 5 minutes. I don't like it.
Well,
Taking a walk in the park right now.
walk in the park. 30 seconds on this candle.
Thank you, Stunify, for letting me know that I was muted. I've been breaking my mute button a little bit here, muting between coughs and sneezes all day long.
7:58. Looking to pull back. We have 6 seconds. Let's pull this thing back. Let's pull it back now.
We will have a 1-minute trend develop here. If we close in blue,
Oh,
we
boy,
don't
that
have
was
it.
Nice.
I should be considering some options here.
We have a minute on the hourly close.
So right now is going to be a difficult decision for Paradigm because this move is holding and developing down. However, you are going to be creating a
Shield is
5-minute
hard
hold level
close,
right
so
here.
I'm okay with getting
If
out.
you close this
We can
candle
always,
above it
enter higher.
in the next
we can enter
28
higher.
seconds,
We've got that 679. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, let it pull back a little and get out.
Okay.
So they are considering to get out. However, I don't know if it's right yet. It
hasn't
is still
attacked
laddering the overall
value,
move.
though, as of
We're
yet.
going to see what happens here. But if you do close over this 5-minute candle, there's the worry that this 5-minute shield holds the move and it just moves up. So let's see what happens. Let's see how Team Paradigm manages this trade. It is still technically laddering down.
We still haven't broken the ladder technically.
They
but
have their final trend that can hold this move. If this doesn't hold the move,
is
the move is going to collapse.
We haven't broken the ladder.
New hourly candle turned white.
If this holds the move down, it will
15
collapse
still has a
down,
hard
but this
close
is
trend.
getting hyper polarized right now. This is the final moments before this thing shoots right up or falls straight down.
Okay, we're looking to just get out as soon as we can. Limit.
If it touches the leg of the move, pull out. It's a few dollars away.
All right.
This trend is holding for the
watching.
meantime.
Hasn't done it yet.
They should not get out of this trade because this will develop to move down. If we see it, you see that 5-minute level holding it up right now. So if we were to go over to the 5-minute, this 5-minute level will try to hold it up and break that final trend. So you've got a tiny little
so
part
now
of this
we have
move
the tiny
that
range
will hold
trend,
this
breaks
trend
this
like
range
this.
trend.
You've got a little
Yes.
tiny slice of the pie right here that is trying to decide if this is breaking out. The problem is we still haven't created the 1-minute trend yet. That is the problem with this trade. This trade will be breaking up soon.
Leg.
We cannot create a trend anymore. So there's no trend creation
Okay.
even possible in this trade.
Next one. Where's it at, guys?
I still think it's 23200.
Looks like they have taken their loss on that trade. They've gotten out before it breaks up.
Are we gonna look past 6?
It is getting pretty scary on Bitcoin right now. It is trying to break that origin level. However, it's not there yet, but it is trying. I think what they should have done is they should have looked at that 1-minute level, and I think they should have taken entry here on that level. And if you hard close this origin level, you get out, because technically you are still laddering from here to here to here. So you are still laddering the move. So you really do want to see that hard close over top of this origin level in order to justify that exit, which this candle can now do. So this would have been that moment where they should have been deciding, hey, should we get out or should we stay in? And right now you'd be taking this and you'd be marking your levels like so. You'd be taking this and you'd say, okay, we have to regain this because this will be the shield on the 1-minute. This is the 5-minute that did hold it up. If you hard close this, you can get out. And I think that's where their bit of a smarter play is here. And this is the worry. So great exit by them as they are hard closing this candle right now. It's having its move up. It has broken. Let's see what all teams are doing right now, looking to take their next trade. Looks like Paradigm has got out of this just at the perfect time using all their information. Their entry was a little low, but they managed it perfectly. Got out before the big move up. Diminished all their losses while taking a chance on the trade. Great job, Team Paradigm, and on to the next trade. They have managed it absolutely fantastic, and it has broken that origin level now. 8 more seconds and you are there breaking this origin level, going up to the next time frame. So you will be looking to pull back off the next 15-minute or hourly level. So that will be the next target for all teams. Should be a 15-minute level right now. You did just create an hourly on the bottom, so your hourly time frame could be a target as well. So your hourly body will act as your next target as a reverse level. So that's one target to consider. We're going to mark it on the charts here for our audience right here. This is going to be one target. Let's mark that as an hourly reverse level. So this is one target. So that is your next hourly that does create the ladder points on the trade. Or you have your 15-minute levels, which will be right here as your next target here. Your 15-minute level hasn't gotten hit yet. It is a reverse level. Let's go to our spring green color. We got 15-minute reverse level, hourly reverse level. Anything on the 4? We have nothing on the 4. But the surprising thing is we can actually gain this 4-hour level. So this will be a huge battle for the trade going forward. So this will be a 4-hour level that tries to get created on the bottom side. So this will become a target as well for traders. So we do have quite a few targets here that will bounce the move. But let's see how the teams are going to be dealing with this. Looks like all teams will be trying to start taking shorts. And if this starts to develop above that 4-hour, you might see Bitcoin stabilize up a little bit and go after some bigger time frames here. Great job, Team Paradigm. Managed that trade perfectly. Absolutely fantastic job by them. I'm going to be taking a 2-minute break here to go get some medicine. My throat is starting to get a little sore. I do need to keep my levels up today so I can continue commentating and not push it too hard. I am still quite sick, but I am going to get some medicine. I will leave you guys with all 5 teams for a few moments, and we'll be back momentarily.
1 minute.
2600. Damn. I didn't know. I know. I typed that number in, man. That's fine though. 50x.
Yep.
I would say
It's not ripping off that backside like it should though.
nope. Not yet. It's only been 1 minute though. Fine. Fine for now.
Be pretty equalized at that point. Let's go.
22 920. Easy gain.
No, it's got to gain that.
Let's go gain that. We got a 1 minute inverse shield. A couple of minute inverses. Gotta get over.
U15 opens in 2 minutes. Thing is that if this thing were to fail down right now,
Yeah, this will confirm that 15 will confirm another hold as well.
Mm-hmm.
the only thing I worry about is it goes deeper for something, but I just don't see what. I wouldn't play anything else other than that.
Yeah, we got a good spot.
I think we're
for a
fine.
1 minute shield here. Yeah. 3 minutes.
By the way, exit criteria on this is creating an inverse shield. I think, like something like that, because it's too high in the range to even play the risk of
Yeah, it'll probably just snap if it closes below.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it doesn't close below, dude. Like lately, they've just been like not. The candle that can set up the hard close is what dumps it. A lot of times when you play these higher ranges.
Doesn't give us a lot of time on it.
That's why I think it's better even to like just secure it. Like who cares if you even if you leave too soon, dude, as long as you don't lose on it, it's like who cares?
Just open the candle, create a 1 minute shield.
Yeah.
Yep, eyes on that. The 15's closing in 45 seconds.
Okay.
What's this 15 candle? So if this 15 candle closes accumulation, and then this thing ends up moving down, that's going to be an inverse 15. So you're talking about creating an inverse 15 here if this fails, likely. There's nothing left for it to hold below.
Right.
Don't know if I have that 3 covered there. Needs to move up now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like
It's gonna fail.
Yeah.
we're out. Their entry was there and we were out at. That's a really good exit, actually, not bad.
What? You didn't hit the reverse button?
Damn it, dude. Why you do this to me, Bitcoin?
Okay, so.
All right, I am back. I switched over to TA Mafia's chart because I saw they were in a trade. It looks like they got out of the trade.
I think the 15s go down below.
I don't think they took any losses, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I know what it hit. It looks like.
And back to the action. Chat, fill me in. What happened with the trade from TA Mafia? Unfortunately, I do have to step away from the mic from time to time today as I am sick. I did have to get some medicine, but I am back in action now. They got out near the top, so they got out in profits by the sounds of it. Just a quick move over to my screen. The official Raiders Cup is here. You can't see it. It looks quite gray, but if my green screen wasn't on, it's purple and green. It is my official Raiders Cup for my coffee, and it looks nice in real life. I gotta tell you something here. We gotta go see this for a second. I'm gonna turn off my green screen filter here for a second. You can see how purple and green it is. Do have a desaturation filter on too, so you won't see it too much. But look at how amazing this thing is. That's a badass cup right there. In real life, it's like vibrant purple and green, Karambit Fade from CS:GO. Cannot buy. This is just my own personal collection. Looks like take my money and send me one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to link 2 pictures in the Discord. I'm going to try to capture some of the different colors of it. See if I can get some of that green in it. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Here, let me post this in the Discord for people to see. The official Raiders Fade Cup. Again, this is just from my personal collection. It is just something I've had made for myself as a Chart Raiders Cup, and let me tell you, it looks good. Tossing those in the Discord right now for people to see. You will soon? Doubt it. Challenge me, bruv. Doubt it, man. Got a little bit of green being captured from the first picture, the purples and the blue hues from the other 2 pictures. Yeah, this thing is slick. All teams still playing it safe, taking it slow today. Taking very little risk in the current landscape of Bitcoin. Team Phoenix taking a break right now. Quickly going over to the standings. Paradigm Shift leading the pack so far this week with 552 in profits. Enigma right behind them at 492. Arcane at negative 455. Phoenix at negative 49. And TA Mafia at negative 357. Arcane is looking for a pretty big long by the looks of it. Joker asking for Chart Raider swag, maybe in the near future. Not in the near future, but maybe one day. We'll see how things go. A lot of people cheering for TA Mafia right now. Myself being one of them. I think TA Mafia is right on the brink of having a huge upswing in their account. Their accuracy, the chances they're taking, really smart trades, just not hitting their final stride yet. But TA Mafia, I have big hopes for this season. I think TA Mafia is going to shock the world with how good they are. Team Arcane starting to set up some different trades here. They do have an open long and open short, so they do have their parameters set on their trades. Comms are very quiet from them right now, staying laser focused. Going back to all teams, chat asking when does season 2 start? Season 2 will start 1 month after season 1 ends. Season 1 ends at week 12, so we are on week 2 right now. By week 12, the competition will be over for season 1, and then we will take a 1 month break to amalgamate new teams and the current teams to give them a chance to recruit new members, work on strategies. So between seasons, we have 1 month of fun and games that we do while teams get ready, looking in on junior teams, highlighting some of the great moments of season 1, and just having fun for 2 or 3 weeks, and then season 2 starts right away. So estimated time period would be 10 weeks from now, season 1 will be over, and then 1 month after that, season 2 will start. So in about 16 weeks, no wait, 14 weeks, so roughly 3 months. Season 2 recruitment will be starting at the end of this month. All teams do proceed to the next season. Team Arcane, Paradigm, Team Mafia, Enigma, and Phoenix will be proceeding to season 2. Once you are an official team, you do lock up your position and stay. Once you make it as an official team, you are here for a lifetime, whether you like it or not. Chat asking, will you make a different contest games between the teams? One day where they can only short any given coin. Because teams keep all of their profits, I do not like to tell them they can only do this or that. I like them trading as they see fit. I don't like them kind of just sitting there and saying, oh, hey, well, you know, this week we can't make profits because we have to trade this coin only. They do get funded accounts, $10,000 a week by BitGet and myself. We do split that cost to fund the teams, and teams get to keep all of their profits. So we don't get too much into restricting what they can trade. I don't take anything out of this. Teams simply get a funded account and they keep 100% of their profits. So it's a really good opportunity for them to step into a career, to work hard, to then go and take a chance on chart raiders, and they get funded accounts where if they are profitable, they do get to keep all of their profits. And if they're not profitable, they simply get reloaded by me, Cotton Candy TA. I do believe in investing in my community. I do believe in giving people a chance to start a trading career, and I let my science and my life's work prove it. Teams are already forming. Teams are already taking those strides to get together. They're already in the kind of process of making their teams. So people are actively ready and have been since before season 1 started, making teams, working on themselves. It is a pretty tough approval process to get by and become an official team, but if you are, congrats. Great job, Shinikaka, on that trade. Bitcoin is having a pullback right now. We are going to see which teams are entering trades, if any teams are. One of the big stories of the week has been TA Mafia. TA Mafia refusing the account reload. Went down $4,400 last week and said, Cotton, while we appreciate the reload, we are going to refuse it this week, because not only are we going to finish in first place this upcoming week, but we are going to gap our deficit. So TA Mafia has taken an approach with an absolute huge amount of grit, saying, we're not going to let our first week define us. We are going to actually become first place by the end of week 2. So TA Mafia has taken on a huge responsibility this week, refusing an account reload up, saying that they can make it back. So all eyes have been on TA Mafia this week, as they have taken a serious stance in this competition.
Hold it, then yeah, it's going to break it.
If they pull it off, they will be absolute god tier status. They will be completely legends of the tournament at that point.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I agree.
No, it's fine. It's just so I just get so sketched out right now. This stuff.
Looks like they're working with an origin level. You are still laddering down. The origin does have to hold.
Up top, you mean, or below?
No, below. Like if this doesn't
22 of
hold
77.
this range. 22 of 77.
3 minute. It's 3 minute, and it's right below the 15, kind of in the back of this range. That's what it uses to boost up. But I wouldn't buy that level because it's been look how many times the thing's been hit.
Yeah, I know.
I'd be playing the ladder of the hold level to attack the higher time frame. What I'd like to see.
Just their hold level so far, I feel.
That origin?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't. There's no origin that it hit up top. That's the thing.
The thing about Team Mafia is if you look at their first week performance, they had absolutely crazy accuracy. The accuracy of Team Mafia in week 1 was outstanding. They had so much profits last week. It was insane, but they just tried to turn every single trade into a swing position. Countless times they caught trades to the dollar. They have been the most accurate team by a long shot. They have caught insane trades the entire tournament, but they have tried to take big profits in the multiple times. Last week we saw TA Mafia $1,200 in profit, $1,000, $800, $1,500 constantly all week. They just didn't lock up their profits. If they did, they would be in a commanding multiple $1,000 lead right now. So we're gonna see if they've worked out those kinks this week, if they can make it back, if they can kind of find their stride this week. But make no mistake, TA Mafia is one of the strongest teams in this competition. All teams are just killer, but TA Mafia has proven themselves as the most accurate team in the competition by far. They just need to figure out their trade management and when it's right to be greedy and look for the longer term positions and when it's right to just lock up profits. And they trade with a huge amount of margin. Every trade they do is typically 100x on $2,700. That's been their standard.
I don't really even like the range. Honestly, I don't like any of it. I hate it. I hate Bitcoin right now. I hate it all, dude. It's just so like I feel so uncertain right now of what it's gonna target. I have no idea on this range. I don't know. Like I genuinely think. Like I think the only safe long is 21,000 at the moment. But that's so far away. So if it hits this, I mean, we could play 077.
It's okay to be patient too, right?
It is. Yeah.
Monty saying, fun fact: if Team TA Mafia held that trade last night, they could have made 750%. Absolutely.
You might lose the range. Well, I guess yeah, you'd lose the range trend if that doesn't hold. But it looks like that range got tested anyways right now. That's tested. So yeah, unlucky. 5-minute wick. Or 3-minute candle, I mean.
something like that.
Or tested minutes or something. Is it an origin?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what it was.
Is it a base, maybe?
Oh, maybe. Because we did hit a 3. This 3 minutes ever been hard closed. Could this like reset the 3 minute trail and us be like here now? That would be crazy. I don't think so.
Minute reverse, ladder's the 5 minute. Creation continuing with trend. How does this short setup not make sense? I'm honestly surprised we get action off the 3 on the bottom.
Yeah. 3. I think there was just a little bit greedier 3. Not that.
See. Base point. Let me see one more time. Base point, reach point.
Yeah. And the reason why it's not further back is because here I want to do it, and here it didn't break its ladder here, but it broke its ladder here. So you go to the level that gets tested, which is here, and this is the base point, reach point.
And it's a 5,
Yep.
Okay. There it is. Okay, got it.
Nice.
There was one further. That's actually not one. Okay,
yeah. If we start holding up here, got 4 minutes left on this 5 minute. The next 5 minute will open above it.
Well, I imagine you break this, either one of these, the origin or the trend. One's going to signify the break of the other two.
Yeah.
So they could both snap here and then.
Oh, it tested the 5 minute to the T. Okay, so 5 minute level. Where is it going?
Well, actually, I think it's like a 3. I know. If you talk about where it came down.
Specifically a 3. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
What does it take to be a day trader? You're a sniper, a scalper, and a swinger. You must be able to catch a falling knife with impeccable accuracy. Trade with undoubted passion and zero ego. You live, breathe, and sleep as a trader. You are the CEO, the employee, and the customer. The perfect composition, the perfect squad. Now, imagine there's a team of you ready to fight. A team of aces using their strengths to execute the absolute best trades. The stakes are high, but the profits are even higher. Watch as underground rebels compete to win the grand prize. Which team will conquer and crush this competition? Welcome to Chart Raiders. Do you have what it takes to become a raider?
underground society, hidden from the public. A competition of raiders, pillaging for digital gold. Do they have what it takes to reap the markets? For the first time, tickets to our world are being handed out. Join the pillaging in Season 1 of Chart Raiders, streaming live on Twitch.
And back to the action. Ty Hi Guy checking in, saying what's up. Hey Ty, how's it going? For anybody who doesn't know, Ty Hi Guy has been drafted to the military, so he unfortunately had to step away from TA Mafia for the time being, but he will be back in teams in the future once his service has completed. Unfortunately, having to step away from TA Mafia, but he will be back. Ty lives in a country where the military is mandatory by law, so he has been drafted for service, and we wish him the best. Bitcoin is starting to move up. Let's see if teams start taking trades or what they're looking at. It's going to get pretty interesting from this point on as Bitcoin is coming to some of these larger targets that will decide, hey, was this the bottom and we just saw the first part of the move up, or are we still moving down much lower? Team Arcane starting to set up their short. Looks like they're measuring where they'll get liquidated in the trade and which level is the appropriate one to take. They've got all their chart work done, and now they'll be deciding which level does become the smartest entry for the next trade. All teams should be gearing up right now. Looks like Team Enigma has seen that it has hit that 3-minute level for a second time now, pulling back. Throat is still sore, but hanging in there. Thanks for asking, Coffee. Team Paradigm starting to set up their next position. It looks like multiple teams will be taking this 15-minute level on the charts. Arcane has been looking at it all morning. It looks like TA Mafia has marked it too. We also just saw Paradigm looking at that level as well, which is the 15-minute reverse level that follows a trail of other 15-minute levels, also coordinating with a gain of that 4-hour level. So it's become quite the target for the day. We talked about it earlier in the day, and it looks like all teams are starting to gear up and think about shorts at that level. And we are almost there in the charts. I do apologize today. My throat is still sore, so the comms are at a minimum. I'm doing what I can, but I definitely can't be my peppy, energetic self just for the fact that my throat is still recovering, and I don't want to blow it out and have to step away for the day. So I'm doing minimal comms, but doing a nice balance between commentating where it's important and staying here with everybody. Kardik did get submitted to the hospital. He does have heat stroke. He is there recovering right now. Our thoughts are with Kardik today as he is seeing doctors over the heat stroke that he suffered. So Kardik is taking a few days off. He's had a bit of a rough go these past few days. But our thoughts are with Kardik as he hopefully recovers well and will be joining us back on Chart Raiders hopefully as soon as he's better. Right now, everybody's having a little bit of a break due to health concerns. Get well soon, Kardik. I agree. Get well soon. Bitcoin is still pushing up towards its level. Teams still anxiously waiting, patiently and anxiously waiting on the next part of this move. I know 3 teams have this level set. Team Paradigm does have an open short there. We did see Team Arcane with an open short at that level as well. And all day long, we have been sitting here waiting for these higher and lower levels to be reached to see if Bitcoin is going to stabilize or ultimately going to head down lower into its range. I do think that Bitcoin is moving down lower into the range. However, it can stabilize here if it does gain that 4-hour level, and teams do have a short set right there as well. The thing about the 15-minute level that they are targeting, it's right by the 4-hour hold level. So there is 22,894, which is that 15-minute level that all teams are looking at. That is the wick of the move. You also have the body at 22,904. So right around 22,900 is that level that all teams are looking for. However, there's a 4-hour hold level that could be developed right at 22,863. So about $40 below it, we have a 4-hour level that could hold this thing back. So hopefully teams don't get into a scenario where they have their short set, it hits that 4-hour level and pulls back. I personally would also be looking at that 15-minute level instead of the 4-hour, just because it's so close. However, if you wanted to, you could try to take a lower leverage on that 4-hour hold level. Though I don't think it's correct. It would be a shame if teams have their level set at 22,904 and it just misses it because of that 4-hour hold level. Starting to lose my voice a little bit here, so I am going to be taking it down a little bit on the comms. Again, just another chill, no comms kind of day. Chat talking about the 15-minute hold level that held up a 4-hour range break. Right now, you are so close to that weekly that you will start looking to develop trends on it. So while it may seem unorthodox, it can happen. You can develop that trend off of the move. Right now, Bitcoin trying to stabilize. Let's go see how Paradigm is getting ready for this trade.
That's where I got that 1 minute. It was protecting that leg.
They do have two open shorts.
Polarity
Looks like they
on
have the
the
lower short and a
4 hour
longer short.
hold as well.
Yeah,
Trying to play
I
both
think
parts
it's
of
a
the
good one.
move.
Yeah, let's go for that. Go up, hit those levels, pull back underneath trend, attack the origin level on the bottom.
Quickly going over to Paradigm's cards here, taking a look at how they have ranked for the week.
742.
Still listening into their comms right now. Their scores were through the roof this week on their skill
Ready
test.
to
These
go,
guys
so-
are tuned in. These guys are
Okay, good,
absolutely tuned into their charts. They have been doing non-stop profits. They are in profits again this week. They did lead last week's profits, and yeah, they've just overall been killing it. Their squad has been absolutely crazy. The new addition of Joe Mixer has really paid off for them. Joe Mixer joining their team as of recently has been an absolute blessing for them. Their team has worked together in synergy perfectly. Again, nothing but profits from Team Paradigm for 2 weeks straight now. At one point last week, they were up almost $2,500. Did take some rather large positions. They decided to scale up their position size like crazy with some of their profits. They made a slight mistake and forfeit some of their profits last week, but still did pretty good. Very optimistic target coming very soon for Paradigm Shift.
Yeah, we're just sandwiched in by these little 1 minute origins that are being created. It's weird. Interesting.
That's not the first time that's happened.
No, just indecision. But those turn into higher time frames.
Joe making a good point there. When you do see these origin levels
Yeah, we have
hit
new
over and over and
hourly.
over, what you're seeing is higher time frames being created.
looked at the
Information that will
clock.
overset the smaller time frames.
Yeah, that's
Right now, if it loses this level, you can see all of those origin testing
We've been
will
trying to
likely
attack
be
this
a
all for
15-minute hold level or a 5-minute
20
hold level
minutes just
being
now.
developed.
Like, we just can't get over like a 1 minute origin. I mean,
So that is kind of one of the
and I
magical things
decycled the trend,
about
the
these
downtrend
origin
for 1
levels
minute.
is if you look right here,
And it's
what
just
was
still
holding
holding.
this move up right now, you've got a 1-minute origin level. Let's mark this out. 1 minute origin level, right? You've got that level right there holding up the chart. And if you go to a bigger time frame, the hidden information on this origin holding is that it will create that bigger time frame. I would assume right now, just based on what we're seeing, it's a 15-minute hold level being developed, and it indeed is right there. So you have hit this 15-minute hold level right here perfectly, following that trail. Let's use our spring green color. So you may indeed not even come up to these levels that all teams had been looking at to test. So you do have this 15-minute level right here being touched and tested, and this next 15-minute hold starting to develop the move down. It looks like Paradigm might be targeting that 15-minute level as well, but they may have missed their entry on this just by a little bit. let's check in on all teams, see what teams are doing right now. Team Enigma on a 10-minute break. You do have that 15-minute now developing and pulling back. Teams have missed their opportunity to get into this trade, waiting for the larger 15-minute level to be hit. That's painful because you know what? Paradigm Shift had this trade on the books. They were going for a little bit higher in the 15, but they didn't get in the trade, and now a 15-minute level being developed. Pretty decent short, already could have been up 120% on this trade. Let's hope it goes higher for the teams, but still waiting to see if the 15-minute level is what's going to hold this move down. I do think we might push up and still see the body of this level being hit. The question is going to be, can the body of the move hold it down, or are we going to see that 4-hour level tested? Or are we going to see the even higher time frame 15-minute hit once again? There's quite a few levels here, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, all within a very small range, starting at 22,825 and ending at 22,900. So there's going to be quite an interesting moment come up for Bitcoin here, whether we gain a 4-hour level, whether we test a 15-minute trail, or if we go back to the reverse 15-minute level and hold that once again. Let's check in on Team Paradigm, see what they're doing.
Did you guys see that 5-minute backside?
Yep.
Right. Just wonder if we're gonna get a bounce off that guy.
673, right?
No, that'd be a 22541.
22541.
Yeah.
Oh, long.
I just want to see if we're gonna get a reaction of that to get to our target and pull it back.
Gotcha.
It's in line with trend as well.
Come on, one final squeeze, Bitcoin.
No, it's not holding it.
Plus this 3-5 combo it can hit. Oh.
Yep. 4-6-2.
Let's keep going through the
I don't
different
really-
teams here,
I don't
see
really
what
know
teams are
what
doing
makes
and
sense
what they're
to
setting up
create this,
for.
like, 5-minute version here.
All is quiet over in Phoenix, over in TA Mafia land. All teams patiently waiting for the next part of this move to develop.
Pull out of this 5. Hit the 5 here.
Yeah, I'm just watching that now as well. I'm thinking it's going to move either way pretty soon because it's respecting both range, like alley range trends to a T on either side. So,
Forvik are predicting a move down.
sort of going to that decision point pretty soon.
Yeah,
We'll check over on Phoenix.
I think right now it's wise to.
Has hit Phoenix's level perfectly. They are maybe looking to set up along here for the next level.
So until we get in a point where we're comfortable with something on here, then I mean, like last week, you know, we were very happy on Thursday and Friday when, you know, we were kind of just firing off trades and taking them and being, you know, like comfortable with taking the risk of potentially missing the trade because, you know, we were getting very accurate at the end of last week, like with the trades that we were taking, you know, and just kind of firing off, and especially like the ranges that we're being given now and the percentages, like we can definitely do that and make, you know, a decent amount of percentages by just taking these small little scalps instead of waiting for the larger moves, because, you know, everybody, especially now more than any time when the percentages are so large, wants like a nice home run trade where you make 2, 3, 4, 5%. But, you know, like if we would have been thinking more internal today, you know, you can make that like in just like a small number of trades. So it's like, do we want to take the risk and just start firing off, you know, more short-term trades and be okay with getting stopped out on a few of them or missing the move, and then, or do we want to just wait and hold off for kind of the larger spots that we are comfortable with, and kind of judging by like what happened last week with our trades towards the end of the week where we were getting more accurate and having better trades. I think that, you know, we were doing well and we were happy with that, and then like we were happy to just be taking trades as we see them. Yeah.
It's why I don't feel so bad about taking kind of the double, both those levels on top of shorts, because it's kind of like they could almost be.
You are seeing a move up on Bitcoin here right now.
But yeah, I guess you're talking more about, you know, just firing off on some ladders and things like that. Some more.
Phoenix trying to set up a strategy that makes sense for them going forth.
Closing the positions.
Let's go see how Arcane is dealing with this trade as well. Or this range, I should say. They're not in a trade at the moment. So right now, Bitcoin is squeezed between quite the move. Let's go over to my chart real quick. Take a look. Bitcoin is squeezed between gaining this current 15-minute level. It had created the 15-minute level trail here. It's not holding. It is gaining this 15-minute hold, or trying to at least. It does have the 15-minute hold here. It has the 4-hour creation right there of the next move. So if it does get above that hold level, it will act as a 4-hour part of the move. And it does have a 15-minute body right here. So there's quite a confluence of levels coming up on Bitcoin pretty shortly here. I guess we're going to see what happens. Bitcoin is really going to be looking to see exactly where it can go on this trade. I mean, that's pretty ambiguous to say, but you've got such a compression of moves here. You've got 15 minutes against 15 minutes. You've got the base of the move here, the 15-minute hold level being developed right there, and you've got a 15-minute current here with a 15-minute ladder reverse here with the 4-hour right here. So yeah, Bitcoin is really becoming pushed into a decision point whether it will continue this move down towards 20k and that weekly level, or if it can stabilize a 4-hour level, get above this 4-hour level right here, gain that, go up, use it as a hold level in the future, and go after something bigger like this hourly level. So we do have quite a bit of predicament. Bitcoin is in here. Let's delete all of our levels. Take a look at what's happening. It's trying to gain this 15-minute level, but it's having a little bit of a hard time doing it. And it still has 9 minutes, as you can see on the timer right there. It still has 9 minutes to do it. You guys can't see that because my head's in the way. I gotta move this way. The timer right here on Bitcoin. Let's keep watching the teams, see where they're at in this trade. Shinikaka saying, I love seeing teams trade. You learn so much more about your mistakes. This is the best educational content after your courses. Thank you so much, Shini. I am on reduced communications today because I am still recovering from a cold. So I'm not speaking too much today, just using my words wisely to try to commentate where I can. But apologies for the lack of energy and communications today, as I am still recovering from a cold. I have started a prediction. Which team will be the next team to get into a trade? You have 2 minutes. Put your votes in. Do you think it's going to be Arcane, Enigma, Paradigm, Phoenix, or TA Mafia to take the next trade? Yeah, this song is an absolute jammer. Pure vibes on this one. So far, most people thinking Paradigm will be the next team to get into a trade. Whoa, a big vote going into Team Arcane. Somebody spending a huge amount of points saying that Team Arcane will be the next person to get into a trade. 11,000 points. That is crazy. Yeah, this song is an absolute jammer. Whoa, 3,000 points being put into Team Paradigm as well. Voting time is almost over. You've got about 20 seconds left to predict who's going to get into a trade next for channel points. Paradigm getting another 7,000 point injection. Enigma getting 3,000 points. Nobody's voted for Team Phoenix yet. TA Mafia has a little bit of points. Enigma at 7,800 points. Arcane at 21,000 points. Wow, there is a lot of points on the line. 15,000 points put into... Oh my god. Yeah, everybody went crazy on that prediction. We've got to do one more time on the absolute jammer song. About 50,000 points up for grabs. What team will be the next to enter a trade? There are going to be special channel point rewards in the future, including redemptions for giveaways and such. So whoever wins this, whoever has voted into these categories and wins points is going to have a nice surprise in the future, possibly even being able to redeem points for exchange dollars. I haven't released any details yet, but in the future we will see some pretty cool stuff coming through with some of those channel points. Still waiting to see what team is going to get into a trade to see who wins the poll prediction. Team Enigma has voted for themselves in the competition, trying to manipulate the prediction results. That indeed would trigger a win. If the position is a normal size, we won't count small orders, of course, as Team Enigma has voted for themselves. We definitely caught on to your tricks at Team Enigma, but if the trade has to be open, has to be a normal trade. We are now 3 hours into the stream. Teams still have about 3.5 hours left. Every team still looking for the right trade. Bitcoin right at the top of its range. I am going to be taking another 5-minute break. Need to get some more medicine as my throat is starting to bother me. So I will be taking a 5-minute break here. And chat, you let me know if a team gets in a trade for our poll predictions. And yep.
be gone. Oh, good. Holding the big well.
This 5-minute trend goes as well. Gets it done.
Yeah, I would imagine.
But we always get what's required. So many things we desire, but I only bring you a lighter, so we can add fuel to the flames. Keep on playing games. Oh, adding more fuel to the flames. I know I'm to blame. Yeah, so I don't wanna love you, I don't wanna hurt you anymore. Oh, I don't wanna hold you, I don't wanna hurt you anymore. So I think you should walk
Enigma currently dealing with a connection issue. Reconnecting shortly here. Phoenix on a coffee refill right now. All teams still waiting to get into trades. I think Arcane does have something coming close on the books. Let's go check on TA Mafia, see what they're up to. Running through all scenes right now, seeing what traders are doing. Phoenix is on a coffee refill right now.
The greediest point of the candles being printed is clearly the 1 minute, but I don't think it's going to go back that high to pull back down. It would just risk assess any other way.
Still working on their connection issue here. Enigma is trying to reconnect at the moment. Looks like they have reconnected. See if we can get their screen updated here. There we go.
Yeah, yeah, we're live.
Okay, cool. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I like the 15-minute reverse. I kind of like it.
I think Inuk is having a little bit of trouble. His audio is coming in
Can you
very
just help
quiet.
Origin again, it looks like on bottom, like the local one.
Yeah.
There
Yeah,
we go. Enigma is
I'm not mad
back
about
in
the
action.
15-minute reverse.
Looks like Team Enigma might be considering a trade here. Let's go take a look and see what they're up to.
Let's do that.
Chat noticing how
51
crisp the actual feed from Enigma is. Looking great, Team Enigma.
$10. Yeah, we can have a little bit longer stop if we're taking a little bit lower position size.
Okay, well, the stop, best case stop here would be like...
Over time, we will be looking to get all teams to have the same quality.
I mean, we don't have to go that high, obviously, but that allows for us to go to the origin again.
Okay.
Not saying you should necessarily ride with that, But if we are doing a lower lev, then we can price our
Well,
trade.
same leverage, a little bit lower position size.
So 50 and what?
56, 50.
20% of 6.
I think it's enough that we could reasonably find.
Okay.
The Mafia quietly sitting out right now. I think they are on a break, perhaps. Let's go over to Team Arcane and see what they're up to. Quickly switching over to Team Phoenix. Still on a coffee break. Back over to Enigma.
Cool, we got the order set. Like I said, it'll give us a little bit of ample time. If we see failure, we need to just focus on getting out at least break even. But yeah, if we fail this trade, let's say we get stopped out, we'll sit back for the rest of the day to go along with our loss cap thingy.
Yeah, at that point we can reassess. I don't necessarily think that this thing is going to be a dumpster fire. Obviously, we wouldn't take it for sure.
Yeah.
I'd like to show you a trend.
I am testing some backend settings to try to help the teams get better quality connections, but ultimately it is up to each team to have a good quality connection. So that is a pretty difficult task when you're dealing with 5 people all over the world. But as time goes on, we will be increasing the quality. It just takes time. Bitcoin has been moving pretty slow this afternoon. I think all teams would be getting anxious at this point. I know I am, to start seeing some trades happen on Bitcoin. But the reality is that Bitcoin is at a pretty critical moment right now. Quickly taking a look at the weekly standings right now, Arcane is at a negative $455 week so far. Enigma up 492, Paradigm Shift 552 profits, Phoenix is down 49, and TA Mafia at negative 357. So it's been a relatively quiet week for our traders. Teams are proceeding with extreme caution right now because we have stopped short of the weekly level and we are trying to gain the 4-hour level on the move right now. So teams proceeding with a high level of caution right now. Bitcoin has been following a 15-minute trend all day long, so it does have a 15-minute trend on the books, which is also the hourly trend as well. If Bitcoin breaks that, you are going to see a major move down on Bitcoin. Bitcoin will try to hit this 4-hour level and the level slightly above it, possibly even going as high as the hourly level. Question here becomes, well, can Bitcoin hold this move up and continue this 15-minute trend? You do have the trend right here on the charts. And another interesting move in Bitcoin is you have hit this 15-minute level right there perfectly. You haven't, however, hit this 15-minute here. So I'm wondering if you can almost create an origin right here on this 15-minute time frame by having this test right here and back testing this level right here. You would have to get over top of this, hit this level, pull back, making this a pretty premium buy spot. You almost wonder if that can happen in the charts right now. It also could be an hourly. What does the hourly test? So the hourly would indeed back test this right here once again. So this might be your best spot on the day to enter Bitcoin. I'm not sure, we're going to see, but that could be an hourly origin level. So we could see some type of movement, gain the 4-hour, go to the hourly origin, see if that 4-hour can hold. If it can or not, lose this trend, have the bigger move down and fail straight down. That's something I'd be looking at right now for sure. I wouldn't ignore it. And let's see how the teams are setting up for their next trade. And I think all teams right now are just kind of, they're playing it safe, which is appropriate given the landscape of Bitcoin right now. We haven't seen it hit the bottom of its move yet until it stabilizes. And yeah, teams just kind of playing it safe for now.
15-minute reverse at like 22,701, even being a little bit greedier. Deep diving the hourly, the newly created hourly trend to the 15, projecting the hold level.
Yeah, that's the one we'd originally spoken about.
No, it's a little bit. Yeah,
Looks
but
like
now-
Enigma has a
now
pretty
it's
nice
reversed.
trend here. Too
See,
bad they
we
didn't
had
take a
this one.
trade on it. They would have been up
No, you
a
remember
pretty okay
that's the
amount so
reverse we
far.
were first targeting after the first workout.
Yeah, it's still a reverse though.
Yeah. Dude, yeah, I don't know though. Like you're.
Yeah, went up 20% in a free roll position right now. Had they taken that
high
trade.
range, you'd be creating a 15-minute range uptrend. You know, as much as I think this thing would have wanted to dump by laddering the 5-minute origin, and you know, holding off the 15-minute original reverse.
Yeah. I mean, it's that, or the other thing that I like for a short is like the hourly origin creation that we've been talking about all day.
Hourly origin creation.
I do agree with Enigma on this, that hourly origin creation will be a huge moment for Bitcoin. I do think that becomes the most polarized part of the move.
Because part of me feels like if we don't go down right now, we won't go down at all.
Why is that though? So, okay, let's think about. Let's not talk about. Let's What am I saying, dude? Let's imagine a world where we do go up this high, right?
How high?
This high. To create the hourly origin, right?
I do think if you create this hourly origin, it does create the perfect polarity to reverse Bitcoin if you can break over it. So I do like it because it does communicate,
Well, it
hey,
depends if you
we
hold the
are
range,
going to break
the
back
hourly
up over
range, I would
Bitcoin
say.
and stabilize
But
and move a
then,
bit.
I mean, what you're doing is you're giving it a chance to properly accumulate, right? Like so far, what we've been doing is we've been setting up the prerequisites to accumulation. And we're not really setting up accumulation. You know what I'm saying? Which is why I don't.
But where could the origin take us? So I'm not talking about like big term accumulation or distribution. I agree. We create the origin, we create a potential for accumulation. But where's if we go? Let's say we go up right now in the next hour. This is not a break level. This is the first point that we could create an hourly origin on the bottom.
So what are you? If we go target the hourly origin, what combo would we hit to create it, or where would we go after testing it?
You gotta love to hear Marcus and Inuk go back and forth on this thing. They are so in tune with the charts. It is
To be
crazy.
honest, I think you would hold the range. Like, if I had to guess, without having all the data in the moment, I would say the hourly reverse.
Mm-hmm. Here. Yep.
Yeah, that one. So just because I don't really see this thing holding that lower range. Like I'm pretty sure it needs to ladder the local hourly ladder point.
Yeah.
To stay relevant and stay fresh here. The thing is, I've thought this thing looked weak from the start, right?
Yeah.
All you have is a 3-minute range trend on the interior. You failed to create a 15 and an hourly trend when it comes to range trend. Well, the hourly's not even float, so forget an hourly range. That reverse. You know, I'm still not convinced that this thing is going to go higher after laddering the 5-minute origin, hitting a 15-minute reverse, and then, you know, just hitting reach point of trend.
Take a look at Team Paradigm, see what they're up
Those
to.
3 steps, but I would like to see all of the examples.
Yeah, it's a good idea to rewatch all those episodes.
Talking about some training routine that they're going to go through. Team Phoenix looking like they've got a few orders on the books.
Let us see.
That trend that Phoenix and Enigma has, it looks like it was the right spot to take a position here. Team Phoenix is not in a trade yet.
The body of the 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a very high chance we don't get full at all on either of these levels, which is
So
okay.
too late.
And would anyone feel comfortable not shorting the
Inuk was not one of the OG mentees. He's actually newer to mentorship, but has absolutely taken it with a shine, becoming an absolute powerhouse in this tournament. As soon as I saw how talented he was, I knew he was the right fit to be a captain of a team.
Stop loss isn't too bad.
I am very proud of Inuk and how far he has come as a trader.
0.3% stop loss, kind of above the trend a little bit.
Yeah, I like that.
Above the ladder points. What's the ladder points on the higher time frames?
Bitcoin is taking an absolute rip up right now. Those trends that these
the only
teams
thing to watch
have
out
been
for up
pretty
there is
darn
the,
accurate.
I guess there's an hourly up there. As well
We
as a
are going to start to
15.
see some action here. Let's go over on TA Mafia, make sure we're not missing anything from them.
Created that 1 hour range trend now.
One I still had the passes like hit perfectly like 1, 2, 3 times, 4 times.
Oh yeah, that one that Seabass had.
Team Phoenix does have an open long. They may be the first team to get into a trade if we have a small pullback on Bitcoin here. Bitcoin looks like it is going to take a rip up. As the day develops, I do like this hourly origin creation more and more and more. The one that Team Enigma has said, although there is 2 hourlies that could be created, I do like it more and more the more I'm seeing of it. We have lost Enigma stream again. They are having a bit of connection issues. They will be reconnecting shortly here. Enigma is working to get their stream back online right now. Again, apologies to anybody who has just tuned in. I am doing very minimal communications today as my throat is still pretty sick, and I did lose my voice yesterday after the chart radar stream, as I did push it a little too hard yesterday. So there's minimal communication today, but hopefully I'll be back to my normal self by tomorrow or the following day. So apologies if there's not too much commentary today, but it will go back to normal hopefully soon.
We're alive. Hopefully I'm alive. Dude, my my computer's never crashed before in the entire like 4 years I've had it.
Do check your RAM load after you go stream though.
Yeah, I will. Load up BitGet. Very interesting.
Order an ETH for now.
Yeah, I mean it's quite far away until we even get down there, but we'll just keep it. What am I trying to say? Keep it in the back of our minds.
I have an alert, so oh crap, the other ones.
That'll get the job done.
Is break.
Weird because the BitGet level is completely different. Like, yeah, well, like the BitGet level, it's not even a potential origin. So, like you can, it's 375 on the actual hourly, and then what was the test of it is only 333.
Right.
The Binance level.
So. Hey, Colin. 24th of November at 1600. That's 24th of November 2020. You're gonna have to use your replayer tool.
Yeah, I'm in it right now. I had it on. I had it, but there's a few that I had when I erased my chart. It was in one of the
Should we go after 3 then? What could hold this to create the origin?
Okay,
What was this
assuming
point?
assuming we don't hold the reverse to deviate the origin though.
Valley and
Unless we put 4K on 25x and then we allow it to try and create the still get in and allow it to try and create the origins.
That's true. How do we feel about this 3-minute short now that we already we've kind of been hanging out here?
I still like it.
Yeah.
Thank you to all the new followers and subscribers today. If you haven't followed or subscribed, hit those buttons. Bitcoin coming pretty close to breaking above the current range. Maybe we'll start to see some trade action here. TA Mafia will be approaching their level soon. We are almost 4 hours into the stream. Not a lot of trades taken today. All teams proceeding with caution.
I'm so sad. That is such a mid
Why, bro? We're literally right there.
Not again.
Looks like it missed their trade just by $1.
I did it at 3.6. I did not front run that enough.
Missed their trade just by a small amount. Feels bad, man. But
Oh,
on to the
that's
next trade.
Story of the day.
Unfortunate for Phoenix. Maybe a blessing in disguise. Maybe it blows right through this level, and Phoenix has just saved themselves
Well,
the heartbreak to get into the trade. But we will see.
not much to say. Time to move on.
Being too accurate is been a problem for teams. A good problem to have, but would have already been up 45%.
All good in the hood. We've got Robin Hood with us, so we're good.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for Phoenix, just misses the move by about 50 cents or $1. Too accurate. Once again, our team's way too accurate. The funny thing about our prediction from earlier is if that had hit, that would have had Team Phoenix in an actual trade. And there was only one person who voted for Team Phoenix with 10 points in the poll. So if that actually got hit, the person who voted, the only single person who voted 10 points for Team Phoenix probably would have won about 50 or 60,000 channel points on that trade. So had they not got that, had they not been too accurate on that trade, and had they actually hit that, somebody in chat would have just won 60,000 points for risking only 10. But that is not the case, and Phoenix has missed their trade. Something I will comment on here is that, you know, it's really refreshing to see a whole entire group of 20 plus traders not jumping into any single trade. While there have been some good opportunities today, it is really refreshing to see how much restraint teams are having right now, how much they are saying, look at, we don't know if Bitcoin is going to stabilize its move. We're still wanting to see lower moves in the trade, not rushing into anything. It is very refreshing because honestly, when you watch most people trade, they will just haphazardly go into any trade without any thought. All teams are displaying an enormous amount of restraint, just trying to force positions. There have been a couple odd positions taken today, but every single team kind of agrees that, wow, what a risky range Bitcoin is in. It hasn't hit our target on the weekly yet. It's trying to stabilize. Where can we best take our shots on these trades? So it's really refreshing to see every single team, quite the opposite of what you would see from normal traders, who would just kind of jump into trades just because Bitcoin is moving, feeling like they have to be in a trade. It is quite refreshing to see every single team right now just patiently wait. Not only does it show the restraint that they have in the way they look at the charts and have that absolute patience for hitting the perfect levels, but it shows a level of professionalism from our teams that are and they really just want to see the perfect levels get hit and nothing else. Really amazing to see it from all the teams, because you don't always have to be in a trade. It's more about calculated, smart decisions, especially when you're a 100x trader. Critical XS5 being the one and only person who voted for Phoenix to get into that first trade. This one is going to hurt Team Phoenix a little bit because the move is starting to develop down, and they did just miss their trade by about $1. You hate to see it, but you love the accuracy. Team Phoenix would have been up 100% now on their trade. Team Mafia looking for the short a little bit higher. Teams may be entering trades soon here. This has gotta hurt for Phoenix, missing that trade just by about $1 or $2, up 150% possibly on the trade. MAFIA has put a trade on the books. Let's see if they will get filled on this trade. About to come up to our 15-minute trend. We're going to see if that can hold the move. Quick little 30% bounce on Bitcoin right now. MAFIA tossing the Eduardo level on. That's their secret magical level. As always, the kind of ongoing laugh is that our teams are just too damn accurate. We might see a big dump from Bitcoin coming up here as it approaches the 15-minute level and is having trouble gaining it. The 15-minute trend. You can see all the activity starting to heat up on the charts right now. With Bitcoin dumping, every team has kind of come to life right now. Charts are moving very fast across every screen. People are desperately looking to see where this is going to bounce, what makes sense as along, and if we are going to continue to move up. MAFIA has a really good origin level they are targeting. I think that's a great spot to be looking at if Bitcoin breaks it down. Still waiting to see the first team to get into a trade to complete the prediction of the polls. Looks like Team Phoenix has just entered a trade.
Yeah, so how much longer do we have left on a 5? 3 minutes left on a 5. That would be...
I'm wondering if they just got filled on their trade. It kind of looked like they took a trade.
Cancel the order, I mean.
Yeah, I don't think it's wise anymore. Maybe for like a super nice knife catch, but
Yeah.
especially after we're both stopped right here.
Yeah, especially after it's just hit that 1 hour hold.
Dang, man.
Waiting for confirmation to see if Team Phoenix is in a trade.
I guess our next long. I mean, unless we see what develops here, could maybe long on like a retest of this range.
Maybe they aren't in a trade. Maybe it was just them canceling an order, but it did look like a trade had been executed.
We hard closed this 5-minute range trade, or was it the 15? It was the 5.
I think they didn't enter a trade.
In a couple minutes.
Yeah.
It's going
Yeah, 2
down to
minutes.
that 15.
Team Enigma is noticing the trend loss that is there on their charts. I don't think Phoenix entered that trade. I think they were simply just removing it off the books. It has just tested the 15-minute perfectly. Right now, Bitcoin is fighting for the 15-minute level. No team's taking the 15-minute level on this trade. Quickly going over to my chart, here is that 15-minute level that has been holding all day long. Distribution to distribution candle. This has been holding the trade all day long. No teams have taken this. Let's see what happens. $15-minute level currently holding. This would have been the target from Phoenix's trade for a total of 160%. Looks like the 15-minute level might be trying to develop a hold. It's a little too early to tell, but it is bouncing the trade. It is trying to stabilize the move. It has been what has been holding this entire move up all day long. If you lose this 15-minute trend, you will have to go and back attack something on a much bigger time frame here. Quickly going over to my chart, this is what you're seeing. That 15-minute level has been holding this all day long. So you do have this 15-minute trend has been holding and stabilizing its move. Now, it's too early to tell if this is actually going to hold the move right now, but it is a good spot to watch, and it's possibly a good entry too. Team Arcane does have this level, but I'm not sure if they took a trade. I don't think they have, but they do have this level marked with the 5-minute origin that is currently in play right now. The 15-minute level is trying to hold the move. It is above the actual trend, but it is not looking great right now as it's starting to pull back a little bit. Minute level starting to collapse. Maybe this was a great decision by all teams to not take this trade. It definitely looked like a great spot as it had the 5-minute origin, as it had the hold level from the previous ladder point, as it is the 15-minute level. It is still trying to hold, but it's not looking good. 15-minute level is still holding right now. Levels holding, starting to develop a 1-minute hold level on top right here. Hopefully teams didn't miss a big opportunity on this one, but again, we are going to see the level is trying to break, but I'm going to continue to watch this how it unfolds. There is a crazy fight for this trend right now. If this trend holds, it is going to fuel a pretty big move up. Team Arcane working with a very, very local part of the move, seeing that it is almost trying to break its move up out of this little local wedge it's in. Arcane does have a trade set right underneath this level. If it does break down, it is going to give them a chance to enter their trade. Bouncing off the current 1 minute, seeing if it can hold. Arcane has the right idea here. All the correct information. They have the 15-minute trend. They have the reverse level. They have the origin. Oh, sorry, the current hold point and the origin. They have the perfect chart set for this. They are not in the trade, but they are seeing everything perfectly. They have their order set slightly underneath. Huge, huge battle for this level right now. On one hand, Bitcoin looks so good right now holding this level. On another hand, it looks so bad because it is so close to breaking it. It is holding on for its dear life right now. Any moment, Bitcoin could explode up here. And if it continues to push down towards that trend, it will be a complete collapse of the move. Team Mafia just noticing the trade that is on the books. Seeing that they've missed about 50% if they did take that trade. Alan saying, I don't think you have any idea how much I enjoy watching your streams and your teams. Thank you so much, Alan. That's great for me to hear. Absolutely love the feedback and love that people are enjoying the platform and you know, hoping to continue to grow it. So thank you so much, Alan, for the positive messages. This is unbelievable. Bitcoin is trying to develop its move from this 15-minute level. Quickly going over to my chart here, it is trying so hard right now to hold this level. It is fighting, and if it does hold this level, this 15-minute trend that is intact from Bitcoin that has been here all day long is continuing to hold its move, it will start pushing its upper ranges here. It doesn't have much more space. It has a 15-minute hold level here, but there's not a lot of space left here in this trade. I'm pretty sure every single team is seeing this 15-minute trend and praying that this thing moves down, since no teams did take this trade. Still waiting for the next team to get in a trade here. Team Enigma looks like they have their plan set. Once again, we are attacking that 15-minute trend. Every single team desperately hoping for failure on this move right now. Seeing this thing hold for such a long time has got to have teams worried that they may have missed their opportunity for an entry. Every single team has said, we don't want to take this level. We think it's breaking lower. Well, we're about to see. Absolute fight for this level right now. If you look over the top left screen, you can see Team Arcane has the local trend. It is trying to break its local trend right now, which will fuel a move up. So Bitcoin has about 30 seconds before it has to make a decision here. So you'll either see a pretty big move up here from Bitcoin or another attempt at this trend on a higher time frame. But right now we are trying to break this trend. 25 seconds left. Five seconds until we see a close on this candle here. What is Bitcoin going to do? Is it going to break this local trend? Has it moved down right at the last second? Can't break the trend. It's going to try again with a new hold level right above trend. You might see failure now because it couldn't break the move. Right at the last second, Bitcoin had the trend set up to break and it pulled back. You can see it on Team Arcane's screen. Unbelievable. Bitcoin last second has this huge pullback and now it's trying to see if it can move up again. Every team has got to just be on the absolute edge of their seat right now as Bitcoin is trying so hard to hold this level and break up. But it ultimately may be failure due to that failed trend break. It is trying again. It has 15 seconds once again to break this move. Less than 10 seconds and it's starting to pull back again. 2 times in a row, Bitcoin is not able to break this trend. 3 seconds left. Again, 2 candles in a row. It hasn't broken its trend. That is unbelievable. This thing is at such a critical point right now. I cannot believe it hasn't broken that local trend. 2 times in a row it tried. Last final seconds of the move, and this will break it down. Bitcoin is going to try to dump the trend right now because for 2 candles in a row in the last 5 seconds, it has closed in distribution, failing its trend break. It will now have a larger time frame trend that will hold it down. Unfortunately, it has created a 3-minute trend off of that failure. Now it has a much bigger trend to work with. This could be it for Bitcoin. If you move over to your 3-minute candle charts, you'll see that it just created a 3-minute trend. Now it has to break that trend. I'll take you over to my screen to show you quickly. Because it broke that trend, it did create a 3-minute that will hold it down in the last final moments of that candle. Now it needs to break this 3-minute trend. A much tougher job, probably going to distribute, but let's see what happens. Team Arcane has already updated their trend as well. Right as I was saying, they did the exact same thing. Incredible how in sync this team is. Hitting the 3-minute trend, as you can see on Arcane's screen here. Trying to break it once again. Bitcoin is trying to stabilize its move. It has hit trend again. It is wedged between 2 points. You can see the 3-minute trend here. You can see the retest of the lower trend. It is going to have a little bit of a tougher job breaking this move up. It is starting to look like distribution because it is failing its move, but we're not there yet. It is unreal how long Bitcoin has been holding here. Coming down to the absolute final seconds. 5-minute hold level created on one side, 3-minute trend on the other. Bitcoin trying once again to break up this move. It is set up to have a 1-minute hard close over this trend, but not a 3-minute yet. But a 1-minute is trying to set up again over top of this 3-minute trend. It extremely close to breaking the move back up. It is still holding. It is trying to break this trend. You've got the 1 minute break here. It has to break on the 3 minute trend, so it does have a little bit of time. It can still dump. It's not there yet, but it is getting close. Bitcoin once again having a pullback rate to trend. This is unbelievable how much Bitcoin is bouncing back and forth. It failed to move above trend, creates a 3, now is making an attack on that trend again, that 15-minute trend, trying to hold it up. It's just unbelievable, Bitcoin. We are so close to breaking this move out on one side or the other. There's not much time left on either side, so you're going to have to make a decision here on Bitcoin one way or another. You have gained that 3 minute hold level here now. You have gained this inverse 3 minute. You have a 5 minute that's trying to be gained as well right now. Teams have got to be loving what they're seeing as they didn't enter the trade. Bitcoin hasn't closed this trend yet, but will be trying to. Let's see where teams are trying to take their positions here. It has hit the 5 minute level on the backside here. Seeing if it can regain this trend or if this is ultimately going to hold the move down. It is hitting that 5 minute level right now. It is going after that 3. Unbelievable how Bitcoin tried to break that trend. Back-to-back candles, final 10 seconds. Has a huge move down, big distribution right off the final candle. Now, the worry is now that you close this candle in distribution and you lose this trend. Hitting that 3 minute level, seeing if it can regain it. Possibly gaining the 3 minute on the side, but stuck between 2 levels right now. Hitting its trend, holding the move still, hasn't hard closed that trend on the bottom side yet. You do now have a 5 minute possibly being created right here. No 15 yet, although there is a 15-minute level here. This will be a pretty big moment for Bitcoin if it does gain this. We'll be trying to gain it right now. Looks like this move may be breaking up. It's not over yet. Teams possibly having a moment of anxiety. Although this is a nice attempt, it's not over yet. Possible 15 being gained right here. It isn't over yet, but it does look like Bitcoin is trying to make that push up. Let's go see how the teams are dealing with this.
You've already hard closed the 15-minute range trend though, so I mean, are we just? I mean, we're potentially backtesting the range.
I don't necessarily think that's of much importance. I think the bigger 15-minute trend is a little bit more important here.
Yep, I knew Kaz said it correctly.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna go and say that that it's not important at all. I think it has significance for sure, but I mean, I think as soon as we created the top 15 as a float, it was kind of like, okay, we're probably gonna let them break this thing anyway, but I mean, I think it still matters.
Definitely matters.
It did just test that 15-minute backside perfectly. That 15-minute hold level that it's trying to create now, it did just test it perfectly. Let's see if it can hold the move up. The 15-minute is holding right now. That 15-minute level back testing and holding perfectly, trying to create shields above it. Looks like Team Arcane is in a trade. Let's go check it out. I'm pretty sure I saw them in a trade. It looks like they have
the
entered.
15. Yeah.
They are in a trade. This is it. Officially, the winner of the poll is the people who voted for Team Arcane, getting into the first trade of the day. Not of the day, but since the poll.
This 5. We have 10 minutes to get to 15. That's our biggest indication. This 15 right now. So
Team Arcane, the first
try to hold out
person
for 10 minutes
in
here.
a trade here. If they gain this level, Team Arcane has the right idea. What a great entry by them. If it gains a level, you're going to take a huge move up. Team Arcane taking a very smart entry. Just quickly going back to my chart here, 15-minute level being gained. You have tested it. You are starting to develop shields on the move. You are looking at this. You did hold that trend. What a great entry by Team Arcane. Let's watch them as they manage this trade. Absolute baller entry by Team Arcane, not letting the bottom of the move define whether they should or should not get in the trade, but actually taking a chance on the 15-minute hold level being developed. I think it's absolutely fantastic. You love to see it. What a smart trade by Team Arcane. $161 in profit so far. Let's see where this thing goes. This may be it. This might be the trade that pushes Arcane over the top. If this thing develops and materializes, you are going to see a pretty good size move up. So if they got in on the bottom of this trade, they'd be up 50%. They have gotten on the 15-minute level and they are up 20% instead. So they're only at a bit of about 30% difference in the trade, but that's not going to matter if this thing goes up 2 or 3%. What an absolutely insane entry. Great job, Team Arcane, in seeing this. You love it. You love it from Team Arcane. They are always on top of their game. They have defined a 1-minute break level. They need to get over top of that. That's that dotted line.
I'm so thirsty right now. This is terrible. Just staring at my empty water glass.
Send your love to Team Arcane in the chat. Give them the absolute biggest chat spams. We'll put an absolute jammer song on for them.
It's looking good so far. I mean, we hold this 15-minute trend. It should trigger the next move up.
We're gonna give them our new top level jammer song.
Gaining the 1 hour frontside shield there. Hopefully.
Oh wow. Yeah, in one hour.
We're giving Arcane all our energy on this trade. Absolute jammer songs, chat, spam, everything we got. Give it up to Arcane, boys and girls. These are the moments you live for. Absolutely crazy trades, almost in breakout territory. Huge leverage, maximum positions. God damn, if this ain't the feel-good moment of being day trading, I don't know what is.
5 seconds, come on.
This has got to get your blood pumping to the max. This is absolutely insane.
Now we hang on to our seatbelts.
Let's take it up another notch.
Still got 4 minutes to get above the 15. If we don't get above the 15, we want to get out or keep going?
Let's take the music down for a moment while they talk about their trade.
Or we can try to hold through the 1 minute origin on the bottom.
Squished between two 15-minute levels.
Hold.
Fate and history will be decided here shortly for Team Arcane. It is absolutely polarized between two 15-minute levels right now. It is trying to hold the one on the bottom, and it is trying to develop the 15-minute on the top as they've marked it out. The 5 minute, sorry. Absolutely polarized between two 5-minute levels right now. Will this move crush Bitcoin down and spank Team Arcane, or is it going to hold its move?
3 minutes, come on. Hit our interior trend.
Here we go, Bitcoin taking another move up. It is going to be threatening a hard close under the trend for the first time.
Oh, what are we doing?
What an absolute fight for the level Bitcoin is having right now.
Dude, what is this range? Okay.
It's going absolutely crazy. Bitcoin starting to push up.
Go.
Give him the juice, baby. Come on, Bitcoin. Give him the juice. Everybody in chat, spam Arcane. It is so damn close to gaining this 15. It is crazy. 20 seconds left.
Oh no, don't go down there. Yes, go up there. No, don't go down there. No.
10 seconds to gain the 15.
Yes.
Push it up, Bitcoin. You got
Yes.
10 seconds. Explode right now. Here we
Yes.
go. This could be the move.
Do it.
Here we go. Here we go, Bitcoin. It gained its level. Now it should pump. Now we're going to see it. Let's go, Bitcoin. Gain the move. Juice Team Arcane out of their minds. It is so close to breaking out. In the absolute final moments, only one origin stands left. That is it, just the one final 1 minute origin. It is so close to breaking. It is so close. You can see the dotted line on the screen. Final trend origin level. It just needs a few more dollars and this thing is gone. Get out of the way, levels. Do not fail us now. It's time to moon, baby. This will be a huge slam dunk for Arcane if it can go. Knocking on the door once again, trend and origin level. Loaded shotgun kicking on that door. There it goes. It is so close past the levels now. It needs to hard close. 20 seconds.
Come on, baby.
Here we go. Could develop the level right over top. Once again, knocking on the doors. Oh no. Pulls back off the trend again. It is so close. This is the final moment. Do not fail now, Bitcoin. You are so close to having your moment. Arcane managing this trade like an absolute G, have the absolute best and most perfect information on their charts. It is so close to breaking out, it is not even funny.
Okay, we've got our 15.
They still have a great trade on the books. They still have the 15-minute level, but this thing is just refusing to break up. It is so close. Moment of silence for Arcane. All you can do now is pray. There is nothing left to do. Loaded shotgun at the front door, door lock. Team Arcane kicking it as hard as they can, trying to break in.
1 minute range trend here now, don't we?
All you can do is just wait
Oh no, it
and
didn't
see.
break it actually.
Once again, rejecting the 1 minute level. Trend holding.
Oh, so close.
It is so close to breaking out. There is nothing left for Bitcoin to stop this thing. Is this it?
Go.
Is this it?
the
Is it
juice.
going to gain the move? Is it happening? It still has to break the move. It's not there yet, but it is so close.
Close above, close above. Oh yeah.
Here we go. It is starting.
Been one or two since I ran into you. Do you need a picture? Well, that gets old. It's hard to take one on your iPhone.
10 seconds to hard close the origin level, and this thing is done.
Who's gonna save you?
Don't pull back now, Bitcoin. Don't turn blue now. 4 more seconds. We have opened that origin now. Let's see if this thing can pump. Let's see if it will move up.
Ultimately looking for that hourly reverse, right?
Yep.
All we can do is just give Arcane our love right now. It's all we can do. This is a 50x position for them, so this is a big position size. Bitcoin about to absolutely explode.
Yep, 37 minutes.
Gaining their hourly level, it is trying to.
Yeah, I would expect to maybe like pump over it now, hit whatever resistance, and then try to hold it for that 37 minutes, and then we can really moon. Say that number again?
It's 22628.
Oh, that 3 that we have at the top, or is that 3? Yeah. No, I think it's best to let it play out in this range, because if we hold this 15-minute trend, we're gonna break.
Just giving my voice a little bit of a break. I definitely did overdo it on that one. Starting to lose it halfway through the commentary, so taking a few minutes rest on my voice. I am still pretty sick.
I gotta go grab water, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries, man.
All right, I'm back.
So fast. Stretch Armstrong or something, just stretch across the
Doesn't want to miss out on the action.
Is struggling to gain that hourly, but to be expected. Bit of a dump here. We're getting under this 1 minute break level here. We need this 15 to hold us. Tighten up that stuff a little bit because our ladder point is higher now.
Alright.
Well, we can only lose $30 on this trade.
Cool. It's a pretty good feeling.
Let it free ride.
Come on and take a free ride. Come on and take a furniture.
Yeah, keep doing that. Keep doing that, Travis. Help him with the pump.
Is that working? Is it? Am I pumping it right now?
Oh wow.
Okay.
There we go. Ready for takeoff.
Wanna hold your body close to me. Wanna take you where you've never been. Swear I won't break your heart in.
Absolutely amazing trade by Arcane. They missed the original buy on the 15. They got back in on the retest. It has broken the move. It looks like it'll just be going straight up from here. Great job, Team Arcane. Can't say it enough. They've absolutely killed this trade. Now let's just hope this goes in their favor. Time for me to go grab some medicine, as I did just overdo it with my throat, and I am feeling the heat on it a little bit, so I will be back momentarily.
A minute left on this 15.
Yeah.
Could get spicy in here.
Could get a bit heated.
Yeah, hot plate, spicy hold level.
just keeps doing that.
Maybe we can dance the night away. It's what I wanna do now. I hope that you can
Where's the
stay
stop,
right
Travis?
here with me.
Don't do it. It's 350.
Guess we can allow for a test of the origin one more time. Maybe just like.
You go back to 320. Oh man, look at that. It was looking so good, and then it's just
30 minutes to gain it, 1 minute to dump it.
right. Yeah, 30 minutes to gain it, 1 minute to dump it. That's so true.
No.
What did we even hit on the top? Like that reverse 15? Give me a break, man. Give me a break.
Better.
Could be creating a 15-minute interior trend here. Needs to get back above that 15-minute trend.
Yeah.
Come on. Next push. Let's go. They want me to sing again?
Good job moving the stop there.
Yeah, that would have been close. That would have been very close. Actually, no, it wouldn't have hit. It wouldn't have hit either way, but Big
So
Cat's sitting a little
as
higher
Bitcoin
than,
pulled back, it actually gave re-entry on this trade somehow. I walked away for 2 minutes and Bitcoin absolutely pushed down. Crazy. Here's another push up coming in. Let's go over to Team Arcane.
what we want to see. Okay, we hit our train.
Nice big green candles.
Notice it?
There may be other teams in this trade as well.
Develop is
Let's go
hourly,
take a
yes.
look. Let's look at all teams right now. I believe I saw Phoenix in this trade as well. I quickly saw a flash of their screen, but I'm not 100% sure. Can't confirm yet. We're going to watch all teams right now and see how they are dealing with this current move in Bitcoin. Team Arcane is in their trade, up decent amount of profit so far. Team Mafia is not in a trade. They are looking to take a short up much higher. Looks like Paradigm is gone on a break. So the only question becomes, is Enigma in this trade and is Phoenix in this trade? I don't believe Enigma's in it, but maybe they are.
Just a little bit higher, we'll get in.
We should be targeting the 5-minute hold now, though.
I would agree, but where to stop us as Phoenix, we can all agree about it.
It's a pretty small position, though.
Let's go take a look at Phoenix.
Yeah.
Hit and gone. So I don't feel comfortable trying that again. Try and take one of those holds again.
You said you are or you're not?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Because, yeah. Otherwise, I just rack up too much value in stops and things. It's more sensible at this point to now wait for greedier entry. Especially after you try a kind of a less greedy entry, you try catch the move, follow the momentum, and then it stops you out. That shouldn't like scare you from wanting to take trades, but
I understand. I get it.
So yeah, I guess. Yeah, what was everyone else thinking about the short?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I like the greedy.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Arcane may be the only team in this trade right now. Currently, they are up about 90% in the trade. As this continues to develop, they will get more and more out of this trade. Hitting the 15-minute hold level right now. Let's see if it can break the move. Sounds like iHevet is stealing hearts with his vocal chops in the chat. Team Phoenix is not in a trade yet. We do have an open short though.
Yeah, I like short enough. I would try it again, or we didn't fall.
We do have two shorts open.
You do have the 15 trend.
Now it's just a waiting game for Team Arcane. Thank you for all the new follows in the channel. If you haven't followed yet, go ahead and hit that follow button, subscribe, toss this channel your Bezo bucks, support Chart Raiders growth. Check out the YouTube, of course, subscribe there. and as well as all of our social media, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, all that good stuff. Black Panda reporting having knowledge on the stream and he's having fun. He or she, great to hear. Glad you're enjoying it. Bitcoin having a bit of a bigger pullback, possibly breaking Arcane out of their trade. It has hit the level Arcane has marked on top. Looks like it did pull back off of a 15-minute level. That might just be enough to break the move. We're going to see. Having to stay relatively quiet on comms just due to my voice not being able to hold up too well here throughout the course of the day. Looks like Team Arcane did leave their trade. I'm not sure if they took profits or if they got stopped out. Either way, they are out of their trade. Looks like they got stopped out in a small loss. What was looking like such a good trade did hit the 15-minute level and pull back. I'm going to be pretty quiet for the rest of the day. My voice is pretty much done for the day. Bitcoin having its bigger pullback now.
If it wasn't under our range trend, might be all right. But I think a bigger move down for the entry we have is the smarter play.
Yeah.
Well, we also are testing off an origin too. Like this whole move down started off an origin.
Kind of laddering off it right now.
Yeah, I think it hit the wick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit the wick. There's a 5 backside there too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 15 to 15. Perfect. Even that right there in like 3 minutes is what, like 40%? It's like, it's so crazy.
Just gotta see if it comes back up to this origin.
Come on, come on, come on.
Come on down. The price is right.
Oh, my mic is on mute. That's wonderful. How long has it been on mute
Nice.
for?
Quite a while.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
The peace and quiet was pretty nice, I will say.
Didn't have me singing and telling my jokes.
Yeah.
Like I said, I moved it so that we're front running this level by a little bit more this time, so that we don't, so we ensure that we don't miss it. Because one more missed trade.
Yeah, that would have been a nice short for myself.
And Jude's
I will-
throwing hands.
I will break an origin.
An orange?
An origin. I'll break a daily origin. That's how annoyed I'll be.
Did you voice the Minecraft? Hmm? Sounds exactly like it.
Ah. I see that we. Should I tell my cotton candy joke?
No, no shot. We want people to like us.
I like this. I like
Let a
this.
human never killed anyone.
I think you should tell it.
I let a human never killed anyone.
If Cotton's up for it, you need to go into the where we can
And
interact
become
in the hall, yeah, and say the
Yeah.
joke.
Maybe I'll build it up like a few days, you know.
I mean, you've got to say it now.
Say it.
Can't just leave it on the cliffhanger.
No, everyone's literally gonna laugh us off the stage. Like
It's gonna be so bad, but it's so funny.
Okay, I'll say it.
Gotta laugh at yourself.
So you walk into a bar, and Cotton Candy's behind the bar. What does he say? Would you like a rum or a gin?
Swear to God.
it's so bad.
So bad, but it's so funny.
Forgive me if I have sinned. Well, no one's gonna like us anymore. Sorry, guys.
It's either that or just gain a few more fans.
I wonder if there's still an entry on mana.
If there is.
Mm-hmm.
Off that same level, surely.
Well, yeah, off that same level, because we created an origin down there, even after Bitcoin did all that dumping. That origin on mana was rock solid.
That's crazy.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
Mama.
Yeah. Of course, don't give it away to the general public, but
that fade out timing, boy oh boy, is that ever a good one. Not too much coming out of me right now. My voice is pretty much gone for the day. Will be almost no talking from here out. Hopefully by tomorrow I will be back to my normal self. But at this point, like I said earlier, going dark in the stream for the last stretch. Teams will be able to trade tonight until 8 p.m. Looks like TA Mafia might be getting into a trade here. Let's go check on them, see where they're at.
Oh, yeah.
Don't put him on the chart. He's always.
No, not Eduardo.
Don't do it.
Guys, don't be haters.
Gonna quickly come back to TA Mafia in a moment here.
You much stupid. Come on. You're going. What's it holding? I don't think. Reverse 3 or something? Oh my god, that's. Dude, I need to thin that down. Jesus. Lost the 1, so reverse 3 it has to be. Unless there's another origin in play. I don't believe there is. What? 15? Hit a 15-minute origin.
Ooh, yeah. That's good.
But I don't know if that's the true. The 5 too. Yeah, but that one doesn't exist beforehand.
No, ours was created first.
Man, what are you doing? Come back. A pretty nice bounce though.
Do you wanna still wanna take it?
Well, it hasn't created even a 1-minute shield. Could just. It's only 37%. It's really not that much. I mean. No, it's not that much. Not yet. Not yet. We'll cancel it soon if it starts to I don't know, develop more. But and our origins is the original. This one's which is the 15. But it does look like that one is the one in play. I guess because
What we hit.
What?
There's a 5-minute at 22,114.
Yeah, it's that same candles at 15. It's like the conflict. It's like a two origins.
Yeah.
But it's still
Yeah,
not
yeah.
before the 3-minute, and the 3-minute never hard closed or anything.
Let's see. We've got to get. Just got to be really careful about hard close at the 15.
Yeah, we won't be in it that long. I don't think. It's not. It's going lower. I think we go lower anyways. So this is like that quick scalp, make your 30, 40% or whatnot, get out. Especially on 100x right now. I think the Mama origin is the true target. Eduardo is just a distraction. Good, I think. Really does seem like that one's holding though. Come on. All right, yeah, I don't like it. I don't know. I think that was the target. Maybe
Yeah,
not. Maybe it's. Do you think it's too soon or what? Because it's not the original. It's not the original though. It's not.
No,
There's no.
No.
Like I don't want to cancel it because it's See, part of me does too though. I don't know.
Just leave it. Just leave it for a few minutes.
Yeah, I want to see.
what happens.
That's gonna suck. That's the one. So close, man. Hmm.
Because you've only developed a 1, nothing else so far.
Yeah, it hasn't really done a whole lot. So definitely could test that. 77 piece, but.
No, doesn't want to. It's to hold it. Still haven't developed anything more than a 1.
Oh crap, dude! It never works anymore.
Oh, God.
I don't know what setting I turned off for that to not work, but I didn't touch anything. No settings. Can't post my pictures.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
I think Mama Origin could be like a good 50%er.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be 250 risk. Where's the hourly backside at?
498. Yeah, lines up with that as well.
Oh, I see. That's, yeah, you mean the hourly hold there.
The shield, 498.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be it for the stream today. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thank you so much for all the new follows, subscribes, everything that everybody has done today. If you haven't followed yet, go ahead and follow. We're back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. MDT. Hopefully my voice is recovered by then. I've had to take the last hour and a bit off here just because my voice isn't holding up throughout the day here. And we'll be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. MDT. Hopefully I'll be healed and recovered by then. And teams can trade until 8 p.m. tonight. Trade safe. Don't leave home without your stop loss. Cheers, everybody. Until next time, see you in tomorrow's stream.